Chair Russell, I can confirm we are now streaming to YouTube. You can start the meeting on your call.
Great, thank you very much, Ian. Just as a reminder to everyone, this is a continuation of the Budget Committee meeting that we had started on February 23rd. My name is Paul Russell. I represent Lower Sackville. I'd like to call this meeting back to order and acknowledge that the Halifax Regional Municipality is located in Mi'kma'ki, the ancestral and traditional lands of the Mi'kmaq people. The municipality acknowledges the peace and friendship treaties signed in this territory and recognizes that we are all treaty people. At this point, I'd like to hand the floor over to the mayor for a minute. Sir, you're muted.
Thank you very much, Chair Russell. I wanted to just take a moment to address what's happening in Ukraine today. And let people know that the Ukrainian flag is flying in grand parade, as it always does on August the 24th, which is the Ukrainian Day of Independence. And it is there because of the unwarranted and violent, naked act of aggression of the Russian government in moving on Ukraine. It's wrong, it's dangerous, and cannot be accepted. I know that we all extend our hearts and wishes to the people of Ukraine, to Ukraine Canadians, including Ukrainian people of Ukrainian ancestry and heritage who live here in HRM. And it may seem trite to say it, but we stand with Ukraine and with the people of Ukraine today and in the days ahead. I also want to say our issue is with the government of Russia. It's not with the people of Russia. We have Russian Canadians who we've all met, who I get to meet, who would be as aghast at this act as anybody else. And let's not allow government's actions to influence the relations among peaceful people here in Halifax or anywhere else. But I know that we feel very strongly, as most Canadians, and I think most people of the world, that this act of aggression should not be tolerated. And we just extend our thoughts and best wishes to Ukraine and to the people who are in our communities, who are worried sick about what's going to happen. It's a very difficult time. We hope for as peaceful a solution as possible, but recognize that sometimes there is right and there is wrong, and this is wrong. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. At this point, I'd like to proceed with an audiovisual check of the councillors, just to make sure that everything is working properly, but based on the commentary prior to the meeting, it sounds like it is. But let's get started with Councillor Daigle-Gavin from District 1. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair.
Good morning. And Councillor Hensby, District 2. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Kent, District 3. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and colleagues.
Good morning. Councillor Purdy, District 4. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and everyone.
Good morning. And Councillor Austin, District 5. Good morning.
Good morning, all.
Councillor Mancini, District 6. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, colleagues. Good morning.
Councillor Mason, District 7. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and colleagues.
Councillor Smith, District 8. Good morning.
Good morning, everybody.
Councillor Cleary, District 9. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair and colleagues and residents.
Councillor Morris, District 10. Good morning.
Good morning.
Councillor Cuddle, District 11. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, and hello, council colleagues.
Councillor Stoddard, District 12. Good morning.
Good morning, and thank you, Mr. Mayor, for your acknowledgement.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Lovelace, District 13. Good morning.
Good morning.
Councillor Blackburn, District 14. Good morning.
Hello, good morning, council colleagues and public. Thank you for joining us.
And Councillor Outfit, District 16. Good morning.
Good morning to all.
So where we left off on Wednesday is we were in camera. We can go back to in camera, or we can continue in public. What are the wishes of committee? Would you?
Chair, I think on Wednesday we have few speakers that still wanted to speak in camera to finish that conversation, so I may suggest I would like to go back in camera.
Is that a motion?
It won't be very long.
Hopefully it won't be very long. That's correct. Is
That's it.
Councillor Mancini, was that a motion to go in camera?
Yes, please, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. So, Councillor,
Sorry,
go ahead, Councillor Lovely. Go ahead, Councillor Earthen.
Sorry, have we been sent an invitation for an in-camera? Because I don't seem to see it.
We have not yet.
Oh, okay, thank you.
We
Chair
have
Russell,
now.
Chair Russell, we do need to call the vote on that in-camera motion.
Oh, I will be doing that. Thank you very much, Ian. Yep. Yeah, so we have the motion on the floor. Any questions or concerns about the motion?
Question on the motion.
The question has been called. All in favor of going in
Aye.
camera, please.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, say nay. Great. Let's go in camera. You should have now received an invitation for that. As a reminder, we are leaving this meeting and we'll see you on the other side. Thank you.
We will now be placing a holding screen up as Budget Committee goes in to discuss the HRP budget in camera. Thank you. Good afternoon. The time is now 10:50. The Budget Committee is returning from the in-private session. We'll be taking on the holding screen and returning microphones and cameras. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm going to, first of all, welcome everybody back to the in public session of this. We have had a fulsome discussion in camera. I am just going to wait for a few minutes until we have as many members of the Budget Committee as we can, as well as HRP, RCMP, HRM staff, and we can continue the meeting. The way I would like to proceed is we continue with questions of clarification or questions about the information that has been presented. There is no motion on the floor yet. Councillor Smith is not with us at this point. And so after we have completed our questions, then we can put the motion on the floor and debate it. And at this point, I can issue a PSA that we will be enforcing the winter parking ban tonight in both Zone 1 and Zone 2. For anybody who has been keeping track.
It's Friday, it's due.
It's Friday. This year we have the storms scheduled for Friday so that we don't interrupt school through the week.
Mr. Chair, I just got a message from Councillor Smith that he has a family thing that just came up and he won't be back till after lunch.
Okay, I had asked him when he might be returning, and thank you for that for Councillor Mason. So again, once we have the right staff, and it seems like we aren't quite there yet, and also the right councillors, then let's proceed. But
Are you saying we only have the wrong counselors?
it is possible, Councillor Outfit, that some of us don't fit on any list.
I resemble that.
see 15 of the 17 of us now, as well as the right staff in the meeting. Let's proceed. Go ahead, Councillor Mason. As a reminder to everyone, if you are interested in speaking, please enter your name in the chat and I will add you to the list. Go ahead, Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So as I said right before we officially started, Councillor Smith's been called away on some family stuff. So he asked me to put the motion on the floor.
I'm sorry, let's continue with questions for the police before we put the motion on the floor in debate, please.
I have no questions. I'm on the main.
You're on the.
That was the list. I said I want to speak when they're done. So I'm prepared to put the motion on the floor when questions are concluded, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Lovelace.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I will get the conversation while we wait to put the motion on the floor. So I do have a couple of questions with regards to the IES and the dispatch system. So I'm just wondering if there's an opportunity to speak to both HRP and RCMP on this issue. I think it's important for us to understand, one, how it operates, and two, especially for those of us in the rural areas with RCMP, to understand how dispatch is actually transferring those calls to the 10-town Sackville Coal Harbor District or not. And I'll just raise a recent case with the 490-5020 process of a principal actually calling the non-emergency line to get a response from police. And the IES dispatch agent informed our elementary school principal that the 490-5020 number was not the correct number to call. So there's a few things. I think we need to do some increased training. We need our supervisors at the IAS to ensure that when a phone call comes in, it's redirected, that there's not a hang up, right? That the person is kept on the line until they're handed over to the proper individual who can respond to that non-emergency call. So I'm not sure if it's HRP that is responsible for supervising that, or if it's also a joint effort with RCMP. So if I can get a response to that, please, Mr. Chair, I'd appreciate it.
Not sure who would be able to respond to that. Go ahead, Chief Kinsella.
Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you, Deputy Mayor, and through you, Chair. We are responsible for supervision and operation within the IES section. It is staffed with HRP staff, and the divisional commander for the area is Inspector Greg Robertson. And I've got him here today, and he's going to provide some responses to your questions.
Thanks, Chief, and good morning. I'll just start out giving a high-level overview of how the Integrated Emergency Service Office is set up. So it's run by Halifax Regional Police civilian members. We have a certain amount of emergency response communicators that are scheduled 12-hour shifts. Each shift has supervisors that are working as well as a manager. There's three different ways you can reach the police service. And the first one, the least emergency number, would be the 490-5016. That doesn't come into the Integrated Emergency Response Office. The folks answering that line are namely commissionaires, and they're positioned in the different divisions. So headquarters, front door staff, and they're scattered throughout our different offices. There are a couple that are actually working modified duty, so some of the police officers are temporarily assigned to answer that line as well. So that's the least emergency method to contact the police. The other two methods are 490-5020 and 911. Both those lines ring in the Integrated Emergency Services Center. So they're answered by a certain amount. I won't get into the actual numbers, but we have designated call takers that are ready to answer the phone. And they answer the phone for all HRP, Halifax Regional Fire and Emergency calls, RCMP and HRM, Halifax International Airport, Fire and Police as well. Any incoming calls for EHS, medical related calls, are temporarily taken and then they're transferred outside of our dispatch center over to the EHS dispatch center. So are there times when the 5020 line has a bit of a delay? It could be if we're dealing with several ongoing 911 emergency issues. But as mentioned before, 911 would have minimal delays because the system is set up in a manner in which a call doesn't wait very long after a few rings. If it can't be answered in-house, it's temporarily sent outside to another PSAP center where, you know, the caller has somebody answering, taking the basic information and then bumping it back to our center when a 911 operator is free.
So sorry, that wasn't really my question. My question was how we can avoid the hangups. So if someone is calling 490-5020 and having a conversation with an agent, and the agent says, sorry, we're not going to take your call, you need to call the Tantalon detachment, rather than transferring the call over. I'm not seeing that as an efficient and streamlined service or an integrated service. So I'm just trying to get an understanding, you know, is there an opportunity here to increase training so that the call agents are transferring the hot calls and not doing a hang up?
Okay, so the message on 5020, if you didn't get a live body emergency response communicator, doesn't say to hang up and call an RCMP detachment. It simply says to wait for the next available call taker. So 5020 is a 24/7 line. There's no message indicating to hang up and call another agency.
That's correct. What I'm saying is they're having a live conversation with an individual, an agent, who is telling the caller that they need to hang up and call the Tantalon RCMP detachment or the Sackville detachment or what have you. So my ask is that we could please streamline the process so we don't have a hang up. So the agent isn't informing the caller to end the call. Sorry, not our problem. You need to call someone else. The integrated emergency services line should be a one phone call in, and then that individual should be transferred over. So what I'd like to know is if we could please increase the training with the agents so they understand that they need to actually do a hot transfer over, not a hang up.
Thanks for the information. As far as that specific call you're mentioning and being a regular occurrence, I'm not aware of that being a regular occurrence. If there was something specific that a call taker required that had to be dealt with at the detachment level, I could see perhaps that advice being given, but I can tell you that's not a common occurrence for call takers to be giving the public advice to hang up and call, because we have the means to reach the RCMP. We dispatch for the RCMP. So if there is a specific example, I'd appreciate the details. I'll follow up in the timely manner with it, but I don't believe it's a regular or common occurrence.
So I'm hearing from residents that it's a common occurrence, that they're finding it frustrating, that they'd like to, they're asking me, why are you telling me to call 490-5020 when I do? And then I'm just told, sorry, you called the wrong number. If we have a non-emergency situation and we need RCMP involved because of the jurisdiction and the community, then that's great. They should just be transferred over. The issue I have here is also that HRPIES is potentially not even tracking that call that's coming in. If they're being told to just go back and sorry, it's not us, you need to call it the RCMP detachment. So certainly I would appreciate if we could increase the training at IES to ensure we have a streamlined system for all calls that come in, and if they're dispatched to RCMP, that be tracked. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. Let's go back to Councillor Mason, please.
And of course, at this point, I have closed the window with the motion. Is it in the chat, perhaps?
Ian, can we get some help with this, please?
Hold on a sec. I think it's right here.
want me to read it and just hand it over to Councillor Mason?
Got it. I move that the Budget Committee direct the Chief Administrative Officer to prepare the Halifax Regional Police 2022-23 budget and business plan as approved by the Board of Police Commissioners, BOPC, on January 31st, 2022.
Second by Mancini.
Thank you, Councillor Mancini. Go ahead, Councillor Mason.
I hate going first on this because I suspect I'm in the minority. I can't support the proposed increase to the HRP base budget at this time, and I'm not anti-police. I don't want to say that I am in any way or be perceived that way, but I do recognize. I also want to take a minute to recognize the harms and dramas that we heard from residents on Wednesday. I think that's an important thing that we need to acknowledge. Those are real, very real experiences and must be of concern to all of us. But I also want to recognize how important a well-functioning and well-supported police force is to our community and all communities, and recognize how important it is that during this time we have a lot of work to do to address both those issues, the concerns we heard from the community and making sure we have a well-run, well-functioning police force. And I recognize that there are real pressures on the HRP budget and personnel, similar to challenges we face across all the other business units, but definitely arguably worse. And I think that needs to be addressed. And we certainly, the board has heard that and seen that. But I think the board needs to dig deeper into how to use existing resources, to understand how overtime is being used, and come back with a more modest ask. And the reason why is because we're only months after the defund report that lays out the options for the board and for council to consider detasking and retasking the police, and to create civilian alternatives in a variety of areas, especially mental health response. And I support that report. I recognize there's lots of details in it and a lot of work that will take time. I don't think that everything that's proposed is going to happen the way it's proposed. But Leanne Poole spoke on Wednesday, and she made a great summary of the effort. She said, in many instances, it means supporting the police by detasking them, as they've been hugely overtasked, and that's not fair, that they will and have burned out, and it's unfair and dangerous and not sustainable. This is not a model for keep encouraging with yearly increases when we know it's not working. And I think she's right. During that time and after, we are going to need a police force. We are going to have a Halifax Regional Police Force, and I want it to be supported to be the very best municipal force in the country, and supported with the very best alternative mental health and community supports we can devise as called for by the report. So while we're working towards setting up many alternative programs required that we should consider through detasking, we need to have a strong look at policing. And we've seen a lot of numbers thrown around about per capita spending and how many RCMP per 10,000. And we've seen a lot of data that crime is actually low in HRM. And I have a lot of thoughts on this, but one of the reasons our per capita spend is so high is that early in amalgamation, many programs are put into police for a variety of reasons that should, in my opinion, immediately be taken out, like crossing guards and some of the youth programs. We should explore what Nina Cherry requested and see whether we can move victim services out, given the Police Act actually lists that as a police service we're required to provide. And simply put, we need to focus on defining core policing, defining appropriate service levels for both urban and rural, and recognizing that as the municipality grows, the police force will grow with that population. But while that happens, I urge the Board of Police Commissioners to take full control of their area of responsibility to the utmost extent the Police Act allows. It's my firm belief that the board, through the Police Act, has far more power than it's historically exercised. And we've been on a slow and steady path since 2016 to change that. But I think we need the BOPC to take charge and provide direction. And I say direction to both the HRP and RCMP, especially given the DOJ presentation that we had, where we were told the Police Act applies equally to both. And so the work to establish the service standards is the board's work, and the development of the budget, and I believe the capital budget, should all be under control of the board. But then I think the civilian board members should also get paid, and the chair should be paid if it's a civilian, not a councillor. And I think this needs to be one of the most serious and heavy-hitting and impactful boards that HRM is involved with. But I think council should, as one resident said, take a pause and send this back and ask for more details on overtime and current staffing concerns, come back with a more modest ask, but also renew the work with council to adopt and act on the defund report. Regional council needs to do the work by next budget year. We have to have an adopted path, a timeline, expenses for moving programs and services out of police and setting up non-police civilian response. I urge the budget committee to send this proposal back to the BOPC for further work. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mason. Go ahead, Councillor Mancini. Councillor Mancini.
He's rarely
My
quiet.
apologies, sorry, I was having problems. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, colleagues. Chief Kinsella, first of all, I do want to thank the men and women of the Halifax Regional Police Force for their service. I know we had new officers sworn in yesterday, and they're very excited, and we thank them for that service. I do want to also acknowledge, we heard 20 people speak on Wednesday, and all in favor of not supporting any increases in the budget. We had, I think, 27 at the Board of Police Commission meeting speak also in the same light. It's very sad to hear so many firsthand negative experiences that they've had with police over the years, and I acknowledge that, and we need to correct that. And I agree with Councillor Mason. A lot of that has to do with the Board of Police Commission to do their work. I read the Wharton report from cover to cover, and I read the defund the police report from cover to cover. And there's a lot of good stuff in there. There's stuff in there that I don't agree with on the defund the police. However, the Board of the Police Commission really needs to do that work, and I think we'll see a different type of a budget this time next year. My concern is, many of you heard, and many of our residents had heard prior to Christmas holiday, we had some significant violent crime take place in Dartmouth, and particularly in my district, in District 6. We had stabbings, we had shootings, we had homicides, including a young boy that was killed in the crossfire. And that's very, very concerning. I'm concerned to hear that we have a shortage of officers and community response officers and school liaison officers continually get pulled out of their position. Very important positions to fill in patrol work. Again, I go back to the defund report, and I agree that we should have a different approach when it comes to wellness checks and ER visits and visiting and dealing, interacting with the homeless and homeless shelters and the encampments. And so that is concerning. And I am disappointed that in this budget, I didn't see from the chief, hiring at least of a couple of social workers, and maybe having those social workers not report to police, but report to Dr. Siciliano, a public safety person. So hopefully we'll see that in the next time around. I do have some questions for the chief, however. I'd like to get an update on the body-worn cameras, where that is also. I also, with regard to traffic being part of the chief's budget, is concerning, because I'm also very concerned, as we discussed in council numerous times recently, that we are all waiting for the Provincial Traffic Act that we all thought was going to be in place this year, not even last year. And our desire to have, speed radar cameras or red light cameras, because if we had those in place, I don't think the chief would be asking for the number of traffic officers. Look, folks, if our biggest complaint we get from a policing perspective is speeding, I'll take it, versus homicides and stabbings and prostitution and drugs and all of those things, right? And if we're going to add policing, we need to address those major violent crimes. And it's just not policing. As many of the speakers spoke on Wednesday, we need to get to the core of that. So when I look at the traffic officers, there's no support for me to enhance that. I think there's other ways we can do it. Our traffic calming programs continue to pressure the province and to shorten that 2 to 3 year time frame to get that traffic act. And I mentioned the traffic, the missing social workers. Last question, maybe if the chief could speak to also, is on, you're asking for 911 operators. Could you talk about that role of 911 operators, why you're asking for 8 new operators? Remember, folks, the 911 operators are not just dispatching police. And correct me if I'm wrong, chief, they're dispatching fire, they're dispatching EHS and all of that. Why are you asking for those? So the questions around 911, maybe a little bit on trafficking. If you had more officers, you're asking for 12 new officers, would that allow our CROs, our community response officers, and our school liaison officers to go back to full complement prior to the pandemic, and maybe speak to some of that crime that we saw prior to holidays in Dartmouth? Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Chief.
Thanks, Councillor, and through you, Chair, to the committee. I'll try to answer as best I can, Councillor. If I miss anything, please feel free to let me know. I'll start with the body-worn video. You may recall that I believe it was you in your time on the Board of Police Commissioners that brought a motion forward. We actually did a lot of work coming into the last budget cycle and presented a plan forward, a way forward. Inspector Robertson, who you heard from earlier, was integral to that, and a team was put together. I'm a supporter of the body-worn video. We did bring a lot of information to the Board of Police Commissioners. We attempted to hire more staff to do some research that the board was looking for and able to bring that forward to them, and did our best to do that. We were unable to obtain that extra help to get us there. We returned to the board, and currently body-worn video is sitting with the board for next steps and trying to determine what extra information they would like to have. We're happy to participate in that process. We remain supportive of body-worn video, and once further direction comes from the Board of Police Commissioners, we're certainly prepared to work with them and continue the discussions to get us to where I believe we need to be as the largest municipal police service in Atlantic Canada, and have our officers outfitted with body-worn video. The traffic office, I'm sure everyone can understand, there are certainly limitations with the number of officers we have now. They are integral to everything that policing does. I can, share just the last 4 weekends and the work that they did coming in Saturday after Saturday, or Sunday as it were, working all week, coming in on the weekends to ensure that we kept our roads clear, primarily for emergency vehicles to get where they need to go, but also for the traveling, motoring public. So they are integral to that. It's also not lost on me, Councillor, that mechanical means are certainly something that we can use and deploy and work with PPW to bring that to fruition, and we look forward to that. We are waiting for the legislative changes as well in that regard. But just in regards to traffic enforcement, education, engagement, all those things that we do on a regular basis, and keeping in mind that really their job is to, on many levels, try to change the behavior of drivers on the road. Our patrol people do that too, but they're busy. Our community response officers do it as well, but they are also busy. So this is a collective effort. And the ask around the traffic unit is to allow for broader coverage, evenings, extended into the weekends if required, and have, intersection safety, doing some of that work that we can do. One of the examples that we have concentrated on is the issue of stunting. We saw during the pandemic, there was less vehicles on the road, but the ones that were there were generally driving way above the speed limit. Our traffic officers put their minds to that and started to do some enforcement. And we're regularly charging speeders for going well over 50 kilometers an hour on our city streets. The spin-off to that is, on occasion, we have very serious motor vehicle collisions. We've had some in Dartmouth that are tragic, and we've had them in other areas of the city. So we're cognizant of that, and the traffic unit would allow us to put some proactive time, extra proactive time into some of those things to hopefully mitigate some of the collisions that are occurring and get our drivers on the road, whether it be distracted drivers, speeding, disobeying stop signs. And while those things are, not the most serious things that we've dealt with, because we deal with much more serious things, they can sometimes lead, if left unchecked, to more serious incidents that we have to deal with. Just going to our dispatchers, they really are the front line of the service. They receive the calls up front, whether it be 911 or through the non-emergency line. They've got a lot of decisions to be made in real time. There's lots of pressure coming their way. They're well supervised, but the supervisors often have to jump into the dispatcher seat, which leaves the supervision piece unchecked. We've moved into Alert Ready. We're one of the two agencies within Nova Scotia that have the ability to direct issue. That takes training, that takes regular maintenance, all those things. So if and when the time comes, they're prepared to go. And it is important that they have that opportunity to be supervised and supported. And we're regularly calling in our dispatchers as well to fill gaps. So we have a very similar cycle to what we have in patrol. So we continually work to staff that. Overtime is up. And I have Inspector Greg Robertson here from our IES command perspective if further details are required around that. One of the questions you talked about was the community response officers. And I can tell you, and I've had this discussion not only with the board, but with council, very integral to how we provide services here in HRM. And really what we're talking about with this entire budget ask is what services have we delivered in the past? What services can we deliver in the future? What services do the community expect us to deliver on? And how do they want to see their police within the area that we patrol and that we investigate in? And it really comes down to priorities. I've said this many times. The major priority for us as a police organization is to get to those 1 and 2 calls, those priority 1s and priority 2s in a timely fashion. And you said it, Councillor, and that's why we have to, on a regular basis, redeploy, whether it be our community response school liaison or our traffic members, back to the front line to provide that support and make sure that we're going to those calls for service. We also have priority 3 calls for service, which on occasion we have to stack. We have to put them aside. People have come to expect us to respond to those calls as well in a timely manner, and we do our very best and will continue to do that. But this entire ask is part of a bigger cycle of what we're trying to do to provide a modicum of support and protection for the community here, as well as the officers. So to your question, the ultimate goal, and I've said this from the beginning of the pandemic, is to get our regular complement of community response officers back in place. That includes the school liaison officers. And currently that isn't the case. We have some back, but during the pandemic, they were all in patrol. We moved some back last year to make sure that we had a response. And now the goal is to get the rest of those officers back into their positions, the ones that are still in patrol. And this ask of the 12 patrol officers will go a long way to allowing us to do that. That in and of itself won't eliminate the need for them to come back from time to time to assist us and be pulled from their positions, but they will be back in their positions as CROs working their community response hours. Those are individual officers right now, and this is a disruption for them. We've had to take them off their regular shifts and put them on the 12-hour shifts to best support the watches. The other piece that you asked about is, what happened before Christmas and leading into the Christmas holidays. Anytime we have tragedies such as that, it's horrible, not only for the community, but for the police organization. We saw an incredible string of tragic events leading into Christmas that our officers responded to, whether it be in Dartmouth, downtown Halifax, or even with our partners, the RCMP, because, our areas are all interconnected. So that is, something that's very concerning to us. And that's where our patrol officers got to get there initially to secure the scene, provide that inner and outer perimeter, ensure that the proper supervision is there so we don't miss anything. And then we call in our support units, whether it be homicide, criminal investigators, whatever the case may be, forensic identification. This is a very large organizational response to those kind of incidents. And we, they're horrible when they happen, but we do need to respond. And I know you thank the men and women of HRP at the beginning. I also want to thank them for their continued efforts, not only through that area coming into Christmas, but everything they've done throughout the pandemic. They are under tremendous scrutiny and pressure all the time, and they always deliver with their professional best. So I think I covered off all your areas of concern, Councillor. If you have anything else, I'm happy to answer.
Yeah, I'll come back. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Mancini. That was a good 14 minutes.
I already spoke for 3, though.
You only spoke for 3. That's right. Councillor Blackburn, go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought the mayor was first.
Oh, I'm sorry. I misread I have 2 lists in 2 different places. Mr. Mayor, go ahead. Thank you, Councillor Blackburn.
I must say, I'm confused. I've never had a councillor offer their time to somebody else. That's very impressive. Councillor, thank you very much. Chief, thank you. Like everybody else, we will preface our comments with the respect that we have for the women and men that serve us and protect us. And I see it as a mayor. I get to see it quite regularly. And we saw it over the last few weekends as the convoys were in Halifax, and we kind of take it for granted, but it was peaceful. And I know the work that you, along with working with RCMP, provincial, federal officials, and many others, did a great job on that, as always. So I'm a little bit torn here too, because I think that there are areas that need more policing. And as Councillor Cleary indicated, if you go back in the budget books a few years, we haven't added to the sworn force very much. On the other hand, in 2015, we had 188 civilians in the police force, and now we're looking at 274. That's a very dramatic increase in personnel, and the overall budget has grown by more than our population has, although not by much, not by as much as some might think. It's grown by 13% in the last 5 years. It is, you know, it's a big challenge. But the one thing I just want to say is, I appreciate people who come out to speak at budget, and they have a point of view that we as councillors need to hear. There are times you kind of wish that there was more information available to people. When people say we've done nothing on homelessness, that's just not correct. We spent $5 million, which is certainly not in the police budget, nor should it be. $5 million on modular units. Since the Claremont report of a number of years ago, we've taken the public service office out of the force. It's in the civilian. We've added a social policy team. We've added somebody specifically on housing. We've added a navigator. We've also done work on food security and transit to make it more available. So those are important things. I remember a number of years ago, it might have been 3 or 4 years ago, that CBC did a story which indicated we had the most diverse police force for our population of any police force in Canada. Do we know if that's still the case, Chief? Is that anything that we would have information on, or was that just done by media?
So thanks, Mayor, and through you, Chair. I am aware of the article at the time, and as far as I know, I don't know whether it's changed or not, because I don't know of any recent studies, so I can't speak to that, and I wouldn't want to conjecture, but I can tell you that we are very diverse. Our organization in and of itself is very representative of our diverse communities, and we do our very best not only to recruit, but also to promote. And I can tell you that over the last 41 promotions that have occurred within the organization in the sworn ranks, a full 36.5% of those were diverse and minority promotions. So we are recognizing it. We are ensuring that to the best of our ability, we're representative of the communities that we serve. And I'm sorry, I just don't have confirmation on that still being a fact.
You know, I was proud of that. It wasn't a huge number over the population, but we were the only city of the top 20 in Canada that had diversity on our police force that was slightly more than the population. So I'm proud of that, and I'm glad. I have been to some of the promotions and swearings in, and I'm impressed by the people who are joining the force. The bottom line for me is I can't support this budget as it is. I can't support the over ask of $3 million. That by itself, the report tells us, would increase the tax rate by 0.5 point. So if nothing else, and we know there's a lot of other things, but if nothing else went to the adjustment list, that would be 0.5 point. That would take us from 4.6 to 5.1 just by itself. I want to listen to what people have to say. My inclination would be to say I would support an increase over what's been presented off the 88 million, I think it was, of around $1 million. And I would ask the police commission to come back with priorities that would adjust that. That's kind of where my head is on this point, my colleagues. So thank you very much, Chief. Thank you to you. Thank you to all the folks who do a great job keeping us safe.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Go ahead, Councillor Blackburn, for your second time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So among defunding advocates, there is no total consensus about the end goal of defunding. Some advocates emphasize detasking and shifting funds to social service organizations, leaving the police to address crime. Others envision a future entirely divested from modern policing. Defunding is thus not only about removal of funds from police, but also about investing in social structures and organizations and creating separate new models of safety based in communities and their concerns. So those words were taken directly from the Dr. L. Jones report on defunding the police recently submitted to the Board of Police Commissioners. And I agree completely with this assessment of police funding and reimagining how public safety is delivered to our communities. But the other thing the report makes clear is that they do not advocate for punitive defunding, basically defunding for the sake of defunding. And I agree with that as well. If a man is drowning, we don't first workshop a risk assessment to prevent future drownings and then establish a committee to look at water safety and do public consultations to gather information from the community. If a man is drowning, we toss him a life preserver, and then we do the follow-up work to change what needs to be changed to prevent future drownings. And that's sort of how I'm looking at this budget. It has been made clear that the front lines of our police are drowning, but big change is coming to policing. Do not kid yourself. That change is coming. The Board of Police Commissioners is committed to examining each recommendation that was made in the Dr. Jones report and taking the next steps. In fact, I met with Dr. Jones yesterday to discuss what those next steps can look like. Also, a motion will be coming to the next meeting of the Board of Police Commissioners to strike a subcommittee to look at each recommendation from the report and determine where the response to those recommendations should land. I sort of think about this budget and the situation. My mother growing up had a hand-carved three-legged stool. And that's sort of how I look at this issue, a stool with three legs. We've got one leg that represents the social services needed in place to support the goals of defunding. We've got one leg that represents the funding that's necessary to maintain a safe and effective police force. And then we have one leg that represents the mental health treatments that are needed to also support the goals of defunding. But it's not going to work unless all three legs are stable and in place. That's the key. All three legs have to be stable and in place. But until these alternative services and supports are in place, we need to keep the lights on. We have 10,000 new residents moving to HRM each year. We have built a community the size of Truro in West Bedford, and all of that requires police services. We have added personnel to our fire departments, to our planning departments, to our parks and rec departments. And the police, that's no different. The report from Dr. Jones is not sitting on a shelf collecting dust. We've had it in our possession for less than 2 months. That work is just starting. But this is work that I am committed to doing, and I guarantee we will do right by this report. Thank you, my colleagues.
I just muted myself. Thank you very much, Councillor Blackburn, for that. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you so much. Wow, a tough act to follow there, Blackburn. So first off, I want to say thank you to the Police Commission, to the board members. Your work is so important, and the role that you play is essential to public safety in Halifax, in our province. You are extremely important to the other police boards and councils across the province in the work that you do and the leadership that you provide. I also want to thank the speakers from the public who came in to share their experiences and their at times quite passionate and negative and traumatic experiences with police. This is a lived experience that's important for us to acknowledge. For everyone who wrote letters and called, we heard you and thank you. I can sincerely say that I appreciate hearing your perspective. I also want to thank the leadership at HRP and RCMP. In particular, I would like to thank the RCMP for the work that you have done to increase communications, which I have seen in the rural areas, and the work that you have done to ensure that the community knows where you are, what you're doing, educating the public, and working very closely with me directly. So thank you for that. And thank you very much to every officer who is out there doing the work that you do. We would not have public safety without you. There are some very significant things, in this report, I think that are very important for the public to know. For example, just the number of gun seizures that took place in HRM over the last year. HRP pulled 264, had 264 gun seizures. RCMP and HRM had 385. That is very significant. The amount of domestic violence cases that we have, sexualized violence that's happening in HRM is significant. And, I think that overall nationally, we've seen an incredible trend towards the stress and difficulty that our first responders have had. So, I completely understand the difficult work, and I can appreciate the role that they play in our city. That being said, I cannot support this budget. And while I recognize that, these are boots on the ground that are needed, I also recognize, unlike Councillor Blackburn, that the time to change policing is now. We have to do it now. We have the defunding report. We've read it. We've heard from constituents. We know that we have issues on the ground in our communities and in our police forces that need to be addressed. And I'm not convinced that adding more bodies is the right thing to do. I am convinced that changing how we react to these decisions is paramount to moving forward for a different structure and better public safety overall. I think that I've got a number of questions. And so the first thing I know I'm out of time, but the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to put on the floor here a question in regards to the Involuntary Psychiatric Treatment Act. And I'm wondering if both HRP and RCMP can respond, please, on the overages, the overtime that police are spending to respond to involuntary psychiatric treatment time, and also the number of hours. Because we know that that act is taking officers off the streets. It is removing our traffic cops, our patrol cops, the folks who are on the ground doing this work, is putting them in the hospital waiting rooms for hours and hours and hours. So RCMP and HRP, I'd like to hear from you as to how you're tracking the time for the officers responding to the IPTA calls. Thank you.
Okay, we have the RCMP who have popped up. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Deputy Mayor Lovelace, for the question. What I can tell you right now is, as I mentioned, my time with the Halifax District RCMP is somewhat limited. However, the issue in and around our officers spending excessive number of hours under the IPTA within the healthcare system exists across the province. It is an issue, and I know that there are working groups that are currently underway right now examining that, and it will also require some legislative changes in terms of police responsibilities when it comes to dealing with those who are experiencing mental health crisis. But I can tell you from my time here with the RCMP within the HRM, I've heard many accounts of our officers who have spent up to 20 hours within our healthcare system supporting those within the hospitals to the extent where we actually have some of our officers who spend an entire shift in that particular duty, where we'll actually have to replace or support them with another officer in the oncoming shift. So it has significant implications on our ability for our members on the front line to be available to respond to other calls for service. So yes, it is a considerable issue for us, but we are meeting with those our colleagues in order to be able to find better ways of doing that, but it will require legislative changes.
Okay. Thank you very much. Do we have the HRP, Chief Kinsella? Great, thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and through you to the committee. So as was mentioned by Superintendent Campbell, it's not only an issue or a concern within Nova Scotia, it literally is across the country. In my previous employment, we had the same type of concerns and the same type of issues. And I can tell you that the calls in this area for us at HRP, and just to give you some context, in 2016, there was 529 related to mental health issues. And in 2020, that number was at 998. And we have, various amounts of time are spent on these types of calls. They often are transferred or transported to hospital for assessment. We are obligated to stay with those individuals until that assessment is completed, and they are either admitted and or released, or found some alternate support. There is a lot of work going on in this area, a lot of assessment. We track it very closely. Our supervisors are very engaged on the front line to make sure they're assessing. Is there anything else we can do? There isn't particularly overtime directly related to this issue. If we have to transfer from one shift to the other, then generally we make those arrangements for either the night shift or the day shift to take over, and there's a transition of care for the individual that is brought into hospital. So, but it is a concern. It is an ongoing issue. We do work with the hospitals on this issue, mental health practitioners. We're trying to find a solution, or at least trying to find an opportunity to mitigate some of that time. Sometimes we are successful with supervisor intervention, member intervention, those kind of things. And sometimes it does take a little longer to get individuals assessed. It depends how busy the hospitals are and all of the things that are going on there. So there's many factors that come into play on this, but we are aware of it. We are tracking it, and we'll continue to try to make the appropriate change as we go along.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much to both the RCMP and the HRP. Go ahead, Councillor Kent.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'll start as well by saying how much I do appreciate the presenters that came to the Board of Police Commission and to our budget meetings to express their opinions and their positions on defunding and budget allocations. I also appreciate all my colleagues' perspectives and the emails that I've received, because we certainly have heard from many, many people on both sides of the debate. I want to just start with addressing what the receipt of the defunding report. It's a tremendous report. It is more information than we even expected to get, and that's wonderful. I really appreciate it. But that was just received a few weeks ago, and it was just actually last month. And that I think in itself is that this report is so important that it needs us to take the time that we need as a collective to do this right. Our residents of HRM, and in particular our vulnerable, need us to get this right. We need to unpack it and dissect it, and then create a plan forward. To drop the ball on that aspect and to think that we're going to just quickly implement change, I think it's unreasonable thoughts that we can be that effective quickly. And the last thing we want is for people in our communities to fall through the cracks because we weren't ready. I look forward to supporting Councillor Blackburn's motion and on the Board of Police Commission to create a working group to do this. If my goal is absolutely to retask, refund, reallocate, however you want to explain it, to areas where within our municipal mandate, within the areas that we actually can do without any context with other organizations or other levels of government, but also a layer of advocating and influencing other levels of government where it's their mandate. We can't deny the fact that within this whole report, and it makes sense that it's in the report this way, but community services, mental health and addictions support services, housing and homelessness, public health, all of those are integral in what this report is suggesting we need change on that is not within the municipal mandate. And those are no easy tasks. They're not going to get resolved quickly. So we, as I believe strongly, as responsibility to our citizens that we represent, we need to do it take the time to source that out and be very firm and strong with it. It's not going to happen overnight. In the meantime, on that level, I think, can we do better in our policing services? Absolutely. We've all agreed on that. That's why we were able to put that request out to get that report created. And I believe very strongly that the Board of Police Commission, we spoke at length about that in our strategic planning. We have heard from our constituents as well, and certainly through the presenters, that they are concerned that we as a board maybe are not reaching our full potential. We do as well, and we need to get that through that. You got to think too that and I'm not making excuses, but the reality is here that is a relatively new board, but we are taking on this challenge, and we're doing it and saying it out loud, and we're quite prepared to move forward. And I think that should stand for something. But right now we have a police force that we have an obligation to create a safe and environment for our communities. Safety is paramount, but also the safety of our officers in order to effectively respond and protect the citizens that they're serving. Are there serious consequences to personnel when they're overtaxed? There's not a person here, I don't believe for 1 minute on council, that would say that's not serious. So we have to take this seriously when we're being asked to consider more members to address it. My vote to increase staffing is absolutely from that lens. I agree with Councillor Blackburn on her points and her analogies. I think that we cannot ignore this. I will certainly consider other positions on supporting an increase if new information comes forward to me to convince me of that. I'm always open to that. I'm always open to considering, was that the wrong decision? But I haven't seen it yet. I haven't seen it yet in this debate. I didn't see it at the Board of Police Commission. In fact, every presentation that I have, I believe it just cements in that unless more information came out, we have an obligation here to support what we have in place now, but to look towards a new model in the future. And that future is here. I'm not saying it's not, but it's not today, and it's not tomorrow, and it may be not next week. There's a lot of work to do. There's a lot of unpacking to do. And there's a lot of important players that we have to pull to the table. They're not here yet. They're not set up. They're not even identified fully yet. So I will support the budget. I believe it's justified. And this is coming from someone who publicly said, I'm not in favor of tax increases, and I'm going to struggle when we get to the over list.
Councillor Kent,
I'm almost finished. The budget list is growing. This will be one of them. So we still have a lot of work to do. There's still opportunities for me to convince differently, but right now I support this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Kent. Councillor Cuddle, go ahead.
Oh, thank you. I see Councillor Smith's name ahead of me. I guess maybe he's not back yet.
He's not back yet. He will not be back until this afternoon, probably.
All right. Thank you very much. And thank you to my council colleagues today for this this vigorous debate. It's a very important one. And, we all do have a responsibility of ensuring that we have an effective police force in our city, in our municipality. I want to start off by just giving a shout out to all the officers, a thank you to them, and in particular to the ones I've been working with closely in Spryfield over the past year. I'd like to mention Jody Pryor and Jenna Clark. I just want to use that as an example to highlight how important it is to have officers in our communities whose names we know and with whom we can build relationships. This is important for not just, counselors, but for the community as a whole. And it's particularly important when we look at finding solutions to local issues of public safety and security. So I can't emphasize enough how valuable I think those community officers are. And I have a few questions here, but one of them for the chief is if he could comment on what is happening with the community response officers and if there is a plan to bring them back and a strategy for that. I know that they were removed in 2020 with COVID, and I just would like an update on that. I also want to thank Councillor Mancini for asking about the body-worn cameras, which was a topic we discussed last year. You know, I always feel like we talk about the budget one year and then the next year comes and it's like, well, what happened to those overs that we approved last year? So it's always good to get an update as a follow-through and a continuum of how we're continuing to make improvements. One of the things I remember from last year was that we approved a position to do clear a backlog of reporting. My question was, that a civilian position? Did we have an impact with that over? And I'm just wondering if there's other positions filled by civilians to help free up some of the sworn officers and the patrol officers. I also want to just thank Superintendent Campbell and Chief Kinsella for shedding some light on the role of police in responding to calls involving individuals experiencing mental health issues. And I greatly appreciate the breadth and scope of the work our officers do on a daily basis. This is a really important discussion. And I think that, it's obvious we need to change the system to find better solutions for how we respond to these issues. And finally, just a question in terms of looking at where we can kind of free up some time. I know we've discussed this before, but back to having police officers at community events for things like road closures. There was a street closure in the North End where we had a sworn armed officer at every side street. And, is this necessary? These officers who come out on a Sunday afternoon, is this part of regular duty or is this overtime duty? Can we, just again, figure out, why does this happen? What is it going to take to change this? Because I don't think it's necessary, and I don't think it's what you really want to see at a community event or dozens of police officers. So again, it's like, is that the appropriate tool, and how can we better address that issue? So I know that's a whole bunch of questions, and I appreciate hearing your answers. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor, and through you, Chair, to the committee. Hopefully I won't miss anything. If I do, Councillor, you can let me know. I'll start with the community response officers again. Very important within our community. We certainly recognize that. You covered it off. We took them away for COVID for very good reason, to support the front line. We've since returned a number of them, and the goal is to get all of them back into position as quickly as possible. We continue to monitor the COVID environment, shift strength, all of those kind of things. The ask within this over request for the 12 new officers will help certainly with that, and we would very much like to get them back into position. So we're working very hard on that, and this particular ask here for the budget, although multifaceted and kind of layered on each other, and trying to get ahead of the cycle, which we've talked about, our goal is to get them back full staffed, or at least as close as we can in the very near future, or shortly after that. Depending how discussions goes, continuing monitoring of our shift strength, those kind of things. Good question about the disposition clerk from last year. Appreciate that follow-up, very important. That is a civilian position. The position was filled, and you may recall, and I don't have all the numbers in front of me, but we were several tens of thousands behind. And I don't have a recent report on it, but you've just cued me to look into that to see how, in fact, that role is helping. I suspect that they are helping us close the gap between what's outstanding and what's being inputted. So that's where we are on that one. Your question around special events and road blockages and things like that, maybe just a real quick dialogue. I'm just trying to understand, is it, when the roads are blocked for, say, the Blue Nose Marathon, or just strictly for community events that might be occurring where we need a road to be blocked off in certain parts of certain communities? There's a couple ways that we look at it. if it's the Blue Nose, it's an extra duty event where the organization would pay for the extra police officers to come in. They would come in primarily over and above their regular duty. So there wouldn't be a takeaway from patrol for that. There could be occasions for community events where, there's very little disruption to the traffic, that we might have a community response officer in attendance or a CRCP officer in attendance where the road could potentially be blocked off with barricades that we get for the city, something like that. We try to be efficient as we can. We also need to be safe. And I'm just not sure whether that's what you were asking, but I thought I'd give you those two kind of extremes.
Well, all of it really, because the cost does get put onto community groups. And, and when you look at the number of officers required when you have several side streets, it gets to be a little overwhelming. And I think there must be a better way of doing this that, again, frees up some of our officers.
Sure. And that I'm happy to continue the dialogue on that. And I know that through our support division that is overseen by Superintendent Greg Mason and Inspector Christina Martin, they have regular dialogue, not only with HRM, but with groups to see how we can deliver on that. And, it depends how big the event is, how many roads got to be blocked, what the traffic is. But we continue to dialogue on that. And I agree, there's certainly ways that we can probably do it better.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's go with Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just going to start my own timer here to make sure I stay on time. And there's so much. So first, I want to thank all the members of the public who came out Wednesday for our meeting to express their views. But I also want to thank all the members of the public who, especially from my district, who sent in emails, called me, talked to me on the street, who had a considerably more wide-ranging set of perspectives than the folks who spoke to us on Wednesday. And I agree with much of what people on Wednesday said. I don't agree with some of the abolish the police perspective. I mean, Canada is a country that is proud of the fact that we are a country that respects the rule of law. And you need to have a body that enforces that law. And federal and provincial legislation requires police to enforce many of those laws. I certainly do support detasking and retasking, and I'm glad we're talking about that rather than just defunding. Council's already gone down this road. Councillor Mason brought forward a motion last year, and that report will come back to us to deliberate on. And he mentioned some of it in terms of crossing guards and traffic enforcement. And when the province gives us automation, we can have cameras. The Board of Police Commissioners started down this road, and they got that report that many of the folks on Wednesday cited about defunding and retasking and detasking. And so this is not going to happen overnight. These changes are going to take a long time. Realistically, it's going to take us several years just to go through the process of figuring out what we can take away and what other people can do, let alone then standing up services, whether it's mental health or other things. So this is not this year's budget. This is going to be the changes that will happen. Some of them can happen immediately. Maybe next year we can look at shifting crossing guards out and doing other things and looking at civilian or other deputized support. But this is a long game. It's not a short game. And there's also a lot of confusion amongst the people who were speaking to us about what we can and will spend money on in terms of, the justice system and social and community services. And, Halifax City is not going to spend money on those things. It's not in our purview. And we're certainly not going to be transferring money up to the provincial government where it needs to be here used at the municipal government. With the budget specifically, and I know Councillor Mason and a couple of others have talked about they can't support even the base budget. When I was looking through the base budget, and please, Chief Kinsella, correct me if I'm wrong, looking at just HRP, there are no new FTEs. In fact, I looked in the slideshow, there's a decrease of 1.8 FTE. So it's not like we're adding any bodies in the base budget. The base budget, if you go through all of the listed items, overall, the budget expenditures are going up $3.1 million in the base budget. 3.06, almost that entire amount is compensation and benefits for actually fewer people, not more people. And so let's not forget that the last two settlements with the union have been arbitrated. It's not like council is willy-nilly going, hey, we're going to give everyone, double-digit increases in pay. we have no choice. That's been forced upon us by the arbitrators. So when you look at this and you look at the number of sworn officers over the last number of years, 7 or 8 years, no new sworn officers, but our population has increased 16%, 65,000 over that same period of time. In a real sense, if you look at this in terms of the cop per pop or, police by the number of people who reside here, we actually have a shrinking police force when you think of it in real terms. So the police as an organization is not growing. In fact, it's shrinking in that sense. So I won't be able to support all of the overs, but I can certainly support the base budget because we're not growing a police force in that base budget. That base budget is stuck and in fact is shrinking in terms of the number of police officers per population that we have. And so that causes me some grave concern, especially when you look at the one over for the 12 patrol officers. That's 12 out of 532 sworn officers is only 2%. So a 2% increase in 8 years, while population has grown 16%. That I could probably get behind. I don't know if I can get behind any of the other ones, but I really think I don't know, I'm not going to quote Councillor Blackburn because she's so awesome. But along the same lines, we can't cut our nose off to spite our face. I think it would not be realistic or responsible to cut because a bunch of people said you got to cut. I think what we need to do is detask and retask and do it responsibly, but it's going to take several years. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cleary. It's just after 12 o'clock. Let's take lunch and let's return at 1 p.m.
Thank you.
And I don't see anybody objecting to that. So yeah, we will see you at 1 p.m.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Good afternoon. Budget Committee will now be breaking for lunch. We will be putting up a holding screen and blanking microphones and videos until 1 o'clock. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. It is now 1 o'clock. We'll be taking down the holding screen and putting back on microphones and cameras. Chair Russell, the meeting can be called back to order on your call. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ian. I would ask councillors again to turn your mics on, just so that, not your mics, your cameras, so that we can just confirm that we have enough members of council here that we can proceed. And we seem to, that's fantastic. Do we have the RCMP and the HRP and John with us? And Jacques and Jerry? So the two that I'm still hoping to see are HRP and John. Perfect. Let's go ahead. Thank you very much, everybody. I hope you had a good lunch. Let's proceed. Councillor Smith is back with us this afternoon. Go ahead, Councillor Smith.
Thanks, Chair. Put the motion on the floor that
the motion, I'm sorry, the motion is already on the floor.
Oh, okay. All right.
Councillor Mason put it on the floor on your behalf.
All right. Appreciate it, Councillor Mason. So I missed the initial discussion, but I'll just carry from where my points and I'll save my questions for my next round. But really, two things I want to speak about. One is the budget impact that we're looking at today, and the other is the service impact. So in terms of the budget impact, I think, and I said this at the commission meeting, I really think there needs to be a holistic approach at looking at the impact of this budget and today at council, which maybe Jerry or John or Jacques, whoever it might be, can just speak a little bit about the overs, because it's presented in a way, and I can explain it, but I think it'd be better, and I don't want to use my time on that. I think it'd be better for staff to just explain that the overs are not our traditional overs that we've seen in other business units, because there's been some confusion that these overs, we are approving them today. We have to put them in the parking lot when we don't get that opportunity with this budget. So I just want, when I'm done, I just want someone to just explain the overs, because they're presented in the presentation as overs. But what I want to say is, in terms of the budget impacts, I think we do have a lot of pressures related to our policing budgets today, not just the service enhancements that our chief Casella is asking for. We also had the award of the contract for pay, but we also, when we get those numbers for the RCMP and how that impacts our budget as well. So we do have to be very critical on what we're approving when it comes to budget related to policing services. Not because we don't support police, it's because we have a lot of pressures coming down on us, and some we don't know of. The service aspect that I am concerned about, and the chief talks about it in both presentations, is this is really dealing with some of the gaps that we're seeing with our police force in terms of not having seen an increase of officers in the last many years, but having a larger increase in population, which means that there's more services needed. But my concern with that is, and I said that at the commission meeting, I think we need a holistic approach of dealing with the service impacts. I do commend the chief in trying with the tools that he has available to him to deal with those issues and those concerns, but I also feel that there needs to be another approach. And I think some of the positions that have been asked for are warranted within this budget, but some of them I think we need to look at it in a holistic way, and it's going to be a motion at the police commission meeting to look at the human resources piece related to some of the impacts that we're seeing with the police budget and service as well. So with that, as I did before at the commission, I'm not supporting this budget, not because I don't support police, and not because I don't support the service members, because I know how hard and how critical this is. It really is the items that I do support. We just don't have the opportunity today, and it didn't get past that count at the police commission to really focus on the ones that are in my eyes a necessity and the ones we can really look at holistically. So with the tools that we have today, I have to vote against it because there's no other way to have those discussions. But I do want to make sure that we look at it holistically and we get to a place where every year we're not having our chief come in pretty much beg, in a sense, us to think about the service impacts, but more of a way that we know where we're going year by year and how we're going to address those concerns. So I have much more to say, but I'll save that for when I come back later. So thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. I see Jerry has popped up. Go ahead, Jerry.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Jerry Blackwood, CFO. Yeah, just to the councillor's question with respect to the overs in the HRP budget, it's presented that way, right? Just because it's an over in terms of what council has approved in terms of fiscal direction. So if you recall back in November, we had 2 sessions as well as another session in January where we brought the fiscal framework package to council. Okay, so at those meetings, what was presented to budget committee was a fiscal framework and a general tax rate proposal that was based on targets that had been given to our HRM business units. So what has been tabled at the police commission is essentially the service enhancements are $3 million over what is currently funded in the fiscal framework approved by the budget committee, and that's why it's presented as an over. Hope that answers your question, Councillor. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. I'm going to come back, but just on the clarity of that piece, just the way that it was presented as an over makes it seem as council has to approve it and then put it in the parking lot. But that's not the case because it came from the police commission. We said yes to service enhancements, and now they're in the budget. Just all I'm saying is in the future, it might be good for us not to present them as overs, but more as like even police commission overs, so that it doesn't seem that council has to approve it in order for it to be part of the budget, because it's already baked in to the budget that we're speaking on today. So that was my only comment related to that.
Yeah, just if I could clarify, Councillor, what has been presented by the Board of Police Commissioners, what has been approved to come forward is not funded in the current budget that's before council. It's not in the 4.6% average general tax rate increase that council approved on January 28th. So that's why it's presented as an over, because approving these would mean an increase in the general tax rate, or it would have to be offset by a cut that council wants to make. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry. Go ahead, Jacques.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just to add to what Jerry has laid out here. So what you have is an overall budget recommendation that includes the 2.9 million, right, from Board of Police Commissioners. And, if council's not comfortable with the budget as presented, then, it's incumbent upon council to either set a new target, right? So let this, just for illustrative purposes, if the 2.9 is not acceptable to council, then you may want to say, well, look, we're prepared to live with, 500,000 or 1 million or 1.5 million or whatever number council is prepared to live with. And then you send that back to the Board of Police Commissioners saying, well, look, we're prepared to increase your envelope by this much money. Come back to us with a new budget that reflects that amount of money, right? Or council may decide, absolutely, we support the budget as presented by the Board of Police Commissioners, and that debate is then over. And then as we get into the final budgets, we'll work as staff to figure out how we pay for this other than, as Jerry points out, if you're adding operating costs, then there's really only two sources of funding for that, i.e. the general tax rate, or you draw down on monies from some reserves, right? Operational reserves to cover all or part of what the impact may be this year. But those are your kind of options right now. This is a yes/no question. And it's either all in or all out, or partially in, right? So if council is comfortable with some part of the monies that are in excess of the budget target we gave police, that the Board of Police Commissioners, as you effectively said, yeah, we'd like you to agree on all of these for the reasons that were stated by the chief, then that's one question. That's an approach. But the end of the day, you have a window choices to make: either cut the budget from the target, maintain the budget at the target, or go to the 2.9 incremental budget, or somewhere in between all that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's go to Councillor Daigle-Gemin.
Well, it always happens. Just when I think I know what I'm going to do, somebody says something right beforehand and there's new information, which is always really good. So thank you, Mr. Chair, very much. Thank you to, our HRP officers and RCMP for all that you do and your service. We started the day off with talking about this is about governance and not about the people that are actually doing the work and on the front lines. And we respect them so much and thank them for their service, which is great. And thank you to the public who on Wednesday, which feels like long ago now, so passionate in their presentations, right? So thank you very much for that. To all the emails that came to us as counselors by the clerk's office, from members of the public, people who sent emails and gave me phone calls, I really do appreciate it. There's that comment that Maya Angelou has, and it's like, I've learned that people will forget what you said, that people will forget what you did, but people will never forget how you made me feel. And I think the passion and what we heard from some of the public was really, whatever we decide today is going to tell them, it's going to impact how they feel about, how did we receive their information? What did we do with it? I think that there was only 3 emails that I got that were in support of a change to the police budget. So there's a lot of people that are really concerned and have some excellent information. And the information that came from the Jones report around to retask, to detask. We know that there's so much that the police are being asked to do that really is outside of their envelope. In some of those overs, they're definitely the things that we saw in the report and what we heard from members of the public, like the support for victims of sexual assault, that it belongs in the community, people with lived experiences that can support people in those experiences. So I can't support this ask because there are pieces that still don't fit, and we don't want to repeat a mistake or perpetuate, not a mistake, but we don't want to perpetuate something that we already know hasn't worked and that there's a better solution. And the Board of Police Commissioners, I have great faith in the Board of Police Commissioners that the next little while, a massive amount of work that they need to do is going to do right by the citizens of HRM. I really think that it is. They're in mid-step. So in mid-step, is this the time to add all of this? I don't think it is. I think that we need to take that pause that everybody's been talking about and really look at what we need to do. And then I think what will happen is, I absolutely think that next year we're going to be looking at policing in a whole different way. And we might get to what is the appropriate, cop to population ratio. What is the things that we really want our policing services to do? So I actually look forward to that work, and anything I can do, sign me up. But that's where I fit. I do also have one question though, around the RCMP. And so thank you for your service, and I love my mug, and I've been very happy to do the ride along there and the ride along with HRP. But my question is, and I believe this is okay in public, but will there be any support from the federal government for the contracted collective agreement that was signed? Does that all have to come from us, or is there some support for that?
So,
go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and through you, Chair. The actual negotiations between the federal government and my sense is your question relates to the negotiated settlement for the pay raises.
Yes.
And it will only be Treasury Board of Canada and the Nova Scotia Department of Justice Treasury Board that can communicate on that very issue. I wish that I could. But unfortunately, I'm not one of those decision makers that's even involved in that conversation. So, you know, hopefully you will get an answer fairly soon on that issue. But what I can say is this, is that the RCMP has been without a contract since 2016. And those contract negotiations ceased when they were certifying the bargaining agent for the RCMP. So essentially that put the RCMP in a holding pattern with respect to any pay raises. And, you know, specific to your question, I can't answer that, but again, what I can say is that the contract partners were made aware of the fact that there would be increases that would be coming, and that they would have to set some money aside in order to do that. And I know that the raises were with respect to our represented members, which are all members at the rank underneath inspector. All of those raises, ultimately at the end of the day, what they account for, what they have accomplished is some parity within the police universe. So the RCMP are not being paid more than other police forces or comparatively greater than other police forces. It's really bringing them in line with other police forces across the country.
Thank you for that. And I have no argument with the collective agreement at all. I was just wondering if there was going to be any financial support. So maybe that question is more for Jerry. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you very much. Go ahead, Jerry. Jerry, you're muted.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and appreciate the answer there from Superintendent Campbell. Yeah, so just to the councillor question, that is something that I think we've all been trying to figure out and sort through since the collective agreement has been announced, right? So it's what are the costs, current year, and the also the other piece is, what is the retroactivity with respect to that contract, which we haven't got clarity on as well, right? So that said, I just want council to be aware we have finance as staff, as I guess good fiscal stewards have made allowances for that retroactivity should it be downloaded to the municipality that we have a funding source to cover that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm not sure if we have Councillor Smith or would you like to speak to that as well? Would you like to add anything to that?
I'll let, if Mike wants to speak as the Big City Mayor's chair, FCM, but FCM is doing some advocacy around this. But Mike, I'll let you speak if you want.
Yeah, I don't think I know more than Lindell. We're on the board on the executive. I can tell you that FCM is advocating strongly and have had meetings with a couple of federal ministers on this, and there seems to be some kind of an appetite from the federal government to be supportive of these costs, recognizing that they are an undue burden on municipalities who don't have the fiscal capacity of the federal or provincial governments to handle them. So that is an ongoing discussion that's being held regularly.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Here, really quick, just to add to that, so we're in our board meetings, and one of the resolutions is related to continue to advocate for that. So we might have some more information to provide the council once the board meetings are done.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Stoddard, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, my colleagues. This is a very tough conversation. I do thank the chief and the HRM officers and the RCMP acting command and his officers. As a woman of color, I can relate to most of the thoughts and the passions of our residents who took the time to write in or participate in our open forums. However, I don't think defunding the police is the answer, and neither is relocating the funds to services such as mental health and sexual victims, even though I do agree that it has a place in the funding. I agree that, as I said, that some services could be allocated to other departments. And one of the examples that Councillor Mason presented, and others as well, was the responsibility of crossing guards that might relieve some of the funding, and and HRP might be able to use that in another method. I'm sorry, I can't support this budget. I would like to see other alternatives. As Councillor Kent said, defund the police report needs more discussion. It's 218 pages and nobody can digest all of that at one time. I do have a question. I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, that funds were allocated last year for a sensitivity officer. I'm just wondering what degree did this go forward? What were the results? Is it going to happen again? Or is it a long-term standing position? I was on the percentage.
Councillor Stoddard, your audio is bouncing in and out. Looks like you're getting muted and unmuted, so.
What did you last hear?
We were last hearing about your question about, I'm just going to stop the clock for a sec, about wondering about the support position that was brought in last year. So the sensitivity, yeah. So if you could just start from there, please.
Okay, I'm not sure what happened, but thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe, and like I said, correct me if I'm wrong, that funds were allocated last year to a sensitivity officer. I'm just wondering what the results were, if staff thought it was worthwhile, if this is a continuing position, and how did it come across to our residents? And the other question I have is, I'm interested in the percentage of persons of color that are currently employed by HRP and RCMP. Because I know as a resident, and I said as a person of color, I like to see people on the force that look like me. And thank you for that.
Thank you very much, Councillor Stoddard. Do we have Chief Kinsella and Superintendent Campbell who are able to respond to that, please? Go ahead, Chief.
Thank you, Chair, and through you to the committee. So, Councillor Stoddard, I don't want to presuppose, but I just want to clarify, we did not get a funding for a position last year, unless I'm missing something, as far as sensitivity or diversity related position. What we did get was funding for our Journey to Change course, which the board agreed to and council agreed to, and that was to fund 4 courses through the course of each year on a continuing basis. So I'm not sure whether I'm missing something, but that's the piece that I can confirm. As it relates to the diversity of the force, I don't have the exact numbers handy. What I do have and what I can tell you is that out of our last 41 promotions that we have made at the rank of sergeant and above, 36.5% of those individuals were diverse. The other piece of that is whether an individual self-identifies or not. So we do our very best to track, but I can certainly get that information for you from a service-wide perspective for HRP.
Okay. Thank you, Chief Kinsella. Go ahead, Superintendent Campbell.
Thank you.
Through you, Chair, and thank you for your question as well. As I understand it, and Chief Kinsella is right, the numbers may not be completely accurate based on the fact that certain individuals choose not to self-identify. However, I was informed that within Halifax District RCMP, when we speak of visible minority officers, I've been told that we have 7% of our officers within Halifax District that fall within that category. And that category does not include Indigenous officers. So that would actually increase that percentage. But as Chief Kinsella said, I can certainly provide you with accurate numbers, not just for Nova Scotia, or sorry, I should say the HRM, but Nova Scotia, as well as across Canada. I do know that the RCMP does track those numbers. The other thing I'd just like to mention as well, which I think is quite helpful in terms of our recruiting efforts, we actually have a standing agreement with our training academy at Depot, where if we have someone from a particular community within Nova Scotia, whether they be from the African Nova Scotian community or from the Indigenous communities within Nova Scotia, that if they choose to return to Nova Scotia to their communities and police within the province of Nova Scotia, that they're actually given that option to be able to do that as well.
Okay. Did you say, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, did you say 7%, not counting Indigenous?
Yes, I have Inspector Jeremy Landry with me, and he was aware of the number. He sits on our EDI strategy committee, which I spoke of 2 days ago. And Jeremy told me that there's approximately 15 visible minority members here within Halifax RCMP district, which would represent 7%. And as I said, does not include our Indigenous members.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And so, I mean, the challenges that we're facing right now in terms of policing, I mean, they're common across North America. My position has been that, I mean, whether we call it reform, whether we call it retasking, whether we call it defund, that we fundamentally, we're going to, the challenge we're facing in our times is to how to change how policing is traditionally done. And that's something that I think is doable and necessary. The go-to example I always pick because it's become so obvious to us now that no one even thinks about it is paramedics. Before the 1970s, there was no such thing as paramedics. It would be oftentimes if you were in medical emergency and you were needed to be transported to the hospital, it would be the police that would show up and you'd ride to the hospital in the back of a police car. We came up with paramedics, and now no one even thinks twice about it because it's so clearly a better way to deal with that problem. And I think we're going to go through some of the similar processes with policing now. We will still have a police force at the end of it. There still does need to be that enforcement ability in society. So there will be a police force, but will it look the same as it does now? No. And so the position I've had in past budgets has consistently been that I will support budgetary increases in the police department because their costs go up every year for unionized wages. Just like all our departments, they face those pressures. I will support increases to keep the department as it is while we figure out how we're going to change. And so that's been my position in basically every budget since policing burst forth as a major issue. This year is a bit different because this year we're being asked for a significant expansion of the police department in terms of there's a fair number of new bodies here. And I find it pretty hard to justify why this would be the time. As Councillor Deagle-Gammon said, in a year's time, we'll probably know a lot more about where we're heading. We won't have it all figured out, but we'll know more than we know this year, that's for sure. I am troubled by the fact, though, that we still need a functional police force. And to be blunt, Mr. Chair, I'm quite frustrated about, our in camera, and I feel in an awkward spot now about how much I can actually say. So I'm going to try and stick to generalities here. Our police force is facing pressure, but I'm not entirely convinced that the case has been made that, more bodies is the solution. There's been several councillors have referenced the growth of HRM and that we haven't added more police. That's forgetting that on a per capita basis, we're already one of the most, we're up at that top of the heap, even after 8 years of not adding more police in terms of numbers in Canada on a per capita basis. And to be blunt, I haven't heard, frankly, a convincing argument as to, well, why are we special that suddenly, we need more police to police here in Halifax than they would in, London, Ontario, Victoria, pick any municipality across the country almost. Add to that, crime is down, but our police force does face pressure, and I'm convinced of that. We have officers off on leave. Is throwing more bodies, though, at the problem really going to actually help? And that's what I'm struggling with, because if the underlying structure is broken, we can throw more officers into the heap, but we're just throwing more officers into the heap that are then going to be off on leave if we haven't have a good plan to fix the underlying issues. So I'm very much torn. I won't be able to support the Commission's proposed budget, that's for sure. I would support potential funding for the reintegration program. I think that that's important. I can probably look at 911 operators and maybe some for patrol, although I would need to hear more, frankly, because I'm really not entirely convinced right now that this is a solution to the problem that we're facing. I want to just close by asking a question. If council says no to the budget as proposed, and we look at that options list, the overs, as it were, and say, well, we like, this, and this, and we give the Commission a revised budget, we're not actually approving those specific overs. We're just sending back a new dollar amount, correct? In which case that dollar amount, maybe it goes to what council thought was appropriate to put more funding into. Maybe it doesn't. If we could just get some clarification on that from staff, because I think that's rather important. And then does that budget then return to council with the, well, the Commission agrees and we're putting these dollars into those areas?
Thank you. If we could have someone respond to the confirmation or question about if we choose particular positions that equate to particular dollar values.
That equate to
we are actually approving the dollar values and have absolutely go ahead, Jacques.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think the preferred approach would be for council to consider, sending the budget back to the Board of Police Commissioners with direction. In other words, you can't direct the Board of Police Commissioners to include certain items, but you can say, let's say you like a number, you like service enhancements that add up to X. Let's say that's $1 million. Well, you can't say to the Board of Police Commissioners, you're directed to include these service enhancements, but you can say you're directed to come back with service enhancements that add up to this amount of money, right? Whether that's 1,500,000, 1.5 million, 1.4 million, whatever the number is. So, the Board of Police Commissioners will, I'm sure, are listening to this conversation, and will get some sense from this conversation if councillors are favoring certain enhancements. I'm sure they'll take that into consideration, but it's really up to the board to work with the budget envelope that council directs it to work with. So far, the budget envelope provided to the Board of Commissioners, as the report says, was X number of dollars to achieve a tax rate increase of 4.6%. If the council is interested in increasing that envelope, then you need to advise the Board of Police Commissioners what that amount is, and they'll come back to you with how they would intend to fulfill the spending associated with that.
Thank you, Councillor Austin. I had asked you to be muted because it sounded like there was an echo that was coming through your computer.
Oh, sorry. So
you are over time, but
can I ask one clarifying question just on Jacques'
absolutely.
answer?
Yes.
So if we send the budget back to the police commission with a number that we like based on how we look at our potential service enhancement list, does the commission then come back to council with that revised budget saying, thank you very much for that envelope. This is how if they accept that envelope that we send back, thank you very much for that envelope. This is how we would spend it, or does it just then that's that?
No, they would be required to review, Mr. Chair, to the councillor. So council would then be saying to the board, your budget envelope is X, come back to us with a budget that meets that target. So that's what it would be. They would have to have another meeting of the board, discuss what service enhancements match up to the dollar amount that council has determined, and come back to council with that budget proposal, a second budget proposal.
Okay, thank you, Jacques. Thank you for the leeway, Mr. Chair.
Okay, not a problem. Thank you very much, Councillor Austin. Councillor Smith, if I would like to hear about the process clarification question, if you wouldn't mind texting me or mentioning it over Teams. But let's go to Councillor Hensby next, please.
Enjoying my cup of tea during this very informative debate. I had the distinct pleasure to be in the Attorney General's office, executive assistant to the minister, the time the Donald Marshall Junior Marshall Inquiry came down with his recommendations, and in that said no political interference by politicians in the mandate of policing. It's also the same time, first time I met John Trays working in that department. So John and I go way, JT and I go way back, you could say. But anyway, the general public got to realize council do not control the police. It's through a governing body of the police commission, as one of the outcomes of the Donald Marshall Inquiry, that would be an arm's length organization of civilian overlook, and that's what we have. With this particular budget, I'll be supporting the budget because I believe that we have no obligation, and we have the obligation to fund our police. We've seen the problems of Ottawa just recently when they're under-resourced, when certain circumstances happen. I believe our police forces, RCMP and the Halifax Police, Regional Police, are facing staffing shortage issues, be it COVID or be it stress or be it mental fatigue. There's so many things that are affecting our police force that people don't see the human side of that. But we need to make sure that they are protected as well. And I think that we need to make sure that they have the ability to fill those positions or allocate the money for those positions to make sure that they have adequate responses for our general public safety. Now, this whole defund the police movement, I think that I get offended by that word defund. I'd rather see other words as maybe reprioritize or maybe delegate or detask or retask, what people are saying. But defund, in my opinion, has negative connotations. Now, if you want to talk about retasking certain aspects of policing, well, I think we need to talk to our provincial partners in policing. We're not into mental health provision services. We're not into social services. We're not into victim services, providing those services. The provinces, where are they? Are they going to put the resources in the budget to provide that wraparound services that's required for our justice system to work collectively with our police? There are too many things being asked of our police that they don't have the proper resources for. And I'm always wondering about this promise the federal and provincial governments gave when they legalized cannabis. Have we seen any results or resources from this cannabis sales become legalized? I don't think so, unless they're going to say it's going to cover the increasing cost of policing contracts, perhaps. But I haven't seen anything directly. There's one thing I did notice when I was out on my patrols with the police one night, and was the lack of IT information they had. And that in regards to the onboard computer system for mapping. They had the topography mapping, but not the satellite mapping in the rural areas of Halifax. So I find that very discouraging. You go into Cole Harbor or into town, you'll see them. They can look up on a map, see the street layout, the houses, the backyards, the alleys, pathways, and walkways. You don't get that in the rural mapping, but they should have the same advantages and same opportunity to provide protection of going into a call and know how to respond to it by knowing what's there already. So I'd like to know in regards to what will it take for our RCMP to have that new IT technology in regards to having the most up-to-date satellite mapping for all of HRM and not just the urban core. Who can answer that question for me?
Thank you. I'm wondering if Superintendent Campbell would be able to take that question. I do see that Jacques has popped up as well.
Thank you, Chair. If the CEO wishes to speak first, I can certainly wait my turn.
You go ahead, Superintendent Campbell.
Okay, thank you, Chair. And through you, Chair, what we're speaking of is, as discussed by Chief Kinsella previously, IES is the dispatch center for all police officers within the HRM. Obviously, that would include the HRP as well as the RCMP. And I can't speak to what those systems look like and how they're managed within the IES system. But what I can say is over with our operational communication center for the remainder of the province, we actually do have that capability where patrol officers can view those maps, and additional images can be actually sent to our officers on scene. But your experience, Councillor Hensby, would relate to what capabilities would exist over on the IES side.
Okay, thank you very much.
Well, with that, I'd like to have a clarification because they couldn't get that on their consoles in the car. They can get that on their smartphones on a Google Map app easy enough and just hit the satellite mode, but they can't get it in their car. And that's what I find difficult because it's easier to share information on the car consoles than it is on their smartphones.
So yes, if I understand your question, Councillor Hensby, and through you, Chair, what we're speaking about is the RCMP members within your area, particularly if you're doing a ride along with an RCMP member. The dispatch system and the IT systems are provided through the IES dispatching center. As I said before, if our officers outside of the HRM are dispatched to a call, they can get that information because it's a different dispatch system. It's our operational communication system. For example, those that would be working in Enfield are on the RCMP Operational Communication Center. That's a different dispatch system and has different systems and capabilities and what they can actually provide. And it's interesting because within Enfield, it's actually very close, and in fact, closer to Halifax than other parts of the HRM with the RCMP police.
But still, that's outside HRM boundaries. We don't have it for our officers inside our own HRM territories in rural Halifax.
We have Chief Kinsella who has popped up. I'm wondering, Chief, if you could add some clarity to where that imagery might come from and how the RCMP might be able to get it, please.
Thanks, Chair, and through you to the committee. Yes, appreciate the opportunity to provide some information. I do have Inspector Greg Robertson with me. He is the commander of the IES section, and I'll just ask him to make some comments.
Okay, thank you, Chief. So as far as in-vehicle mapping systems and the software applications, I don't believe side by side either agency's mapping system would differ. I can say that anytime there's upgrades pushed out, they're similarly pushed out to both agencies. There's no restriction provided to the RCMP. The push out of the updates to the mapping system and any boundary changes are similar to both agencies. So if you were sitting in an RCMP or an HRP car, dispatched to the same call, en route to that same call, we should be looking at the same mapping software. And each department's IT service providers would be upgrading the individual laptops, which is done a lot of times one by one by bringing the police vehicle out of service into the garage, and the IT folks are actually sitting in the car and updating software as needed. So we update HRP cars, and RCMP, I would assume, have a similar process for their vehicles. But to my knowledge, there's no difference in the mapping software.
Well,
Thank you.
what I've seen is not the case.
Okay.
And I'd like to know what will it take to make sure all the RCMP cars in rural Halifax have the satellite mapping application.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hensby. Let's let the RCMP and the HRP take that away and see if we can achieve that consistency. Go ahead, Councillor Purdy.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I also just want to throw my thanks out to our HRP and our CMP, all of the members. Thank you for what you do day in, day out with increasing pressure. Very appreciative. And having said that, I know this is going to be hard for Councillor Mancini to believe, but a few years ago, I did get pulled over for speeding. And it was the first negative experience I had with law enforcement. And it impacted me. And I didn't take it personally. I didn't take it like it was on me. This person, and it happened to be HRP, just must have been having a really bad day. And they took it out on me. And I left that experience with a bad taste in my mouth. And I say that in light of our public participants and people who have been reaching out to us with their traumatic experiences with law enforcement. And it's a real traumatic impact. And I couldn't imagine, I left that experience thinking, what if this were my repeated experience with law enforcement? How would that change my view of law enforcement and police officers? It would seriously change my view, I think. And our frontline workers, all of our frontline workers, but especially our police and our CMP, they are facing incredible pressure, just the job requirement. I mean, think about it. You are called to these calls that you don't know what you're walking into. You don't know the state of the people you're going to be seeing. The adrenaline, just the impact of adrenaline on a body is taxing. You put the mental stress behind that, the emotional stress behind that. Like our police and our CMP members have very taxing jobs, and then throw on top of that the societal view of, defund the police and we hate you, and like there's the loss of humanity in policing, at least from there's a perspective view that just takes the humanity out of it. Like these are moms and dads who are going to work and trying to do the best that they can do, and their sons and daughters. And so we do have to be so careful when talking about this, because there's so many different valid lived experiences. And yet at the same time, we have a very real need to support our police and our CMP to make sure that they are in the best way to do their job well, because their impact that they have on people who are already in vulnerable situations is incredibly negative or positive. So if they are already experiencing pressures, internal pressures from having gaps in their work environment that they need to fill, so they're not able to, take the time to kind of recuperate. They're being asked to go above and beyond time after time after time. And I don't think we have another year to say, well, let's just leave it because things are going to be changing. So let's not make any changes right now. I don't think we have another year. I think we've heard that there is a real need right now. However, having said that, I'm like a big opponent of any tax increase. So to say, yes, this over is okay, it's not okay. I would support if someone were to propose that we send this back to the board, the police commissioner board, to tweak it and to really dissect it and see what is actually really, really needed. and see, or if we come up with a monetary number that we can live with here on council. So if there's a way to tweak this to not be so such a big ask right now, I think that would be good, because it would still be addressing the very real need of HRP, and yet realizing that there are changes that are coming to policing, and necessary changes. And I would agree with Councillor Hensby. I don't like the word defund either, because it's such a negative connotation, but I also don't think our police should be sitting for their whole shifts in emergency rooms. Like there's common sense. I mean, so that doesn't make sense at all to me. So the changes are needed, very necessary, and they're coming. So that's good. But we do need to do something in the meantime. We can't do nothing in the meantime, but I do think that we can tweak this to make it more palatable. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Councillor Purdy. Go ahead, Councillor Outhet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to start, as I always do, for thanking the folks that I work so closely with in Bedford Wentworth from HRP. Just incredible support from CROs, past and present, school officers, highway traffic patrol folks trying to help us maintain some out of control areas until we catch up with traffic calming and hopefully speed reductions and new technology. And of course, just the divisional commanders, etc., who are don't go too many days without hearing from me on some issue. So I want to really thank them for their tremendous support. It is a real dilemma, as Trish mentioned, because I'm not somebody who's big. This will be the biggest tax increase we've had during my 14 years on council, and I don't take it lightly. Having said that, 1.6 of it is for really increased spending, if you will, and 3% of it will be for the climate change Halifax. So we have to stress that too. That's why I like having them separate. It's been a great discussion today on a number of fronts, and I appreciate that. In camera, we received some what I call disturbing facts, and if anybody around the table doesn't define them, doesn't see them as disturbing, I would question that. I certainly have patrol concerns based on the area that I represent, the type of area I represent, and the growth that we have seen. And I know, and it's quite interesting to me that some of our rural councillors, I think, would probably be, and those served by RCMP, would be able to only relate too well on what it's like to feel under patrol, underserved with numbers. What I heard on Wednesday was actually some really good comments, and I've read the defunding report and the 36 recommendations, and there are a lot of things in there that I'll be able to get behind, no question. I prefer retask and detask to defund, as others have said, and that's fine. And I think, and we heard this loudly and clearly the other day, and some of you have touched on this, that there are things like victim services, maybe hate crimes, sexual assault, some of the reintegration HR issues. Maybe those are can be handled by folks that aren't sworn, that aren't in uniform, and that maybe even report to Amy Siciliano in community safety versus police. So I think there's a lot of things that we're going to be able to look at. And I listened to the folks the other day. I do some reading. One of the other measures I use is my own daughters. I have two 20-somethings in my family, and who've had a very good experience growing up, I hope, and thought of police as their friends when they needed something back in the day, but they also now, as they study and interact at university with folks from different backgrounds, also have some understanding, if you will, and some empathy, and they educate poor old dad here once in a while on how not everybody has the same perception or exposure that I have and they had. So I am very interested in seeing where we end up. But in the meantime, as others have said, I do represent an area
that is underserved, and I believe they're not the only area that is underserved. So I'm going to be interested to see how we can break this out and perhaps look at adding some extra officers on patrol while taking the time to look at what we could, as others have said, perhaps detask, if you will, from police. I also think that we're going to have to work very closely with the province on this, because some of this will touch on housing, mental health, community services, etc. We want to make sure that they're working together regardless of who pays for them at the end. But anyway, that's just my comments for now. I know some motions will be coming forward that I will probably speak to, and some I'll be able to support, but I just wanted to make my position clear that I am very supportive of change that will come, but have some grave concerns based on what I experience in my district and also what we've heard in camera. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Outha. We are starting down the list for a second time. Go ahead, Councillor Mancini.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So we've talked about the growth that's going on in HRM, 10,000 people each year. We had one of the speakers Wednesday did talk about not using the term defund, as many of my colleagues have said. They used the term reallocate, reimagine, refund. Dr. Livingston, who was one of the speakers on Wednesday, was a professor of criminology, and he said we shouldn't be spending any extra money on policing. Rather, we should be spending money on living wage, emergency housing, accessible, affordable food, community building programs, social programs, and transit. Well, all those things that he listed, other than transit, none of our responsibility. Transit is our responsibility, and we need to improve. As I think Councillor Outha just stated, we need to be working with the province on this reallocating of funds, reimagining our police department. This has to be a partnership with the province. We had 20 speakers on Wednesday. We had 27 speakers, I believe, at the Board of Police Commission, and all in support of not supporting an increase in the budget, or in fact asking us to reduce the budget. Councillor Daigle-Gammon said she only received 2 or 3 emails in support of the budget or increasing the budget. Well, I know in my district, I've heard from many people who want us to reduce the budget, but I've heard from many other folks who said, no, support the budget, and in fact, and support more policing. Our job is to listen to all of our residents, listen to our staff, listen to the chief, and then make the best possible decision. I agree with Councillor Mason and Councillor Kent. I mean, the defund the police report, this is now the work of the Board of the Police Commission. And they have some things that they can be we're definitely working on. And next year's budget, I think, will be different, and we'll start to see a different type of police force. And so, our job at the municipality is to listen to all. I think we need to continue to work on the economy, and that will help. We need to make sure we have more safe places for our youth and our families to go to, because that helps with regard to crime. So I do have a motion I want to put on the floor. I did send it to the clerk's office, and I think they changed the wording. Here it is. So, Mr. Chair, if I may put the following motion on the floor, that the Budget Committee defer decision on the Halifax Regional Police budget and business plan and refer it to the Halifax Regional Police budget and business plan to the Board of Police Commissioners to review and revision such that the proposed service enhancement be in the amount not to exceed $1,393,850. So move.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mancini. Do we have a seconder for that motion?
Just a point of order, Mr. Chair.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor Austin.
Do we not have to defeat the main motion to then come up with a new amount to send back?
I believe that's a question for John. Okay, and Jacques is nodding. I thought that a question to defer was allowed. So, Councillor.
If I may, I think there's we're trying to adjust this motion as we go along, and my original motion I sent to the legal and to clerk's office, and I don't know if it's appropriate, but the legal department is suggesting a different motion, slightly different wording, and that may help to address what Councillor Austin's brought up. May I read that, or is that appropriate? How do we do it?
We have John Draves who has popped up. Go ahead, John.
Well, maybe get Ian to put it in the chat. But essentially, the police bylaw doesn't necessarily require us to defeat the main motion. It can be deferred and referred back with new instructions. At that point, we can amend it, but it's council's decision. You can defeat it at this point and refer the entire budget back, or you can defer and send it back to police board with instructions in terms of how much you wish to cut it by or increase it.
So I just want to make sure that I understand this correctly. This is the first time I'm seeing this motion. This is affecting the main motion. This is not on any other motion, not on any overs or unders or any other adjustments.
The police budget is made up of two components, which is the component which meets the fiscal framework of 4.6% and the service enhancements, but it's all part and parcel of what has been recommended to council. So it shows on your slide deck in the same manner as we've used for overages, which traditionally go in the BAL, but where this is the police budget, it's just part and parcel of the entire budget. And so, as I posted in the chat on Wednesday, the bylaw requires that basically says the municipal council shall only exercise global budget approval and shall only accept the police services budget submitted by the board or refer back to the board with instructions that it be altered upward or downward by a specific dollar amount or percentage. So the councillor's motion is in order, but alternatively, if council chooses, it could defeat the budget motion and send the entirety of it back for reconsideration by the police board. Either way, I think achieves the same outcome.
Okay, thank you very much, John. Who did I hear had seconded that? I believe it was Councillor Purdy. Okay, Councillor Purdy had seconded that. We are on the motion on the floor now to defer the decision back to the Board of Police Commissioners. Councillor Mancini, is there a time frame, or John or Jerry, is there a time frame attached to this motion?
I wonder, just for clarification before any further, can I just read that new adjusted motion to make sure it's clear for everybody, Mr. Chair?
Sure.
That budget committee defer a decision on the Halifax Regional Police budget and business plan and refer back to the Board of Police Commissioners for review and revision such that the proposed service enhancements be in the amount not to exceed $1,393,850. And so moved, and hopefully Councilor Purdy is okay with that. And I'll explain what that means, that number amounts means once we get to that.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Mancini. Thank you, Councillor Purdy. Go ahead, John.
I just say that I'm not sure who suggested, but I think it is a valid suggestion that there be a deadline provided for the board to return, and that it might suggest, and subject to what Jerry says, that it be something that could be addressed when we look at the budget adjustment list, recognizing that's probably getting close to the very end of the process. But Jerry's got his hand up. He may have another timeline in mind.
Yep. Go ahead, Jerry.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, John, and certainly, the chief might want to chime in on this as well. Yeah, time is of an essence for sure. I know there is a scheduled Board of Police Commissioners meeting on Monday. I don't know if the motion can be to defer and move it back to the board. If that could be specific to the next meeting, which is this coming Monday, but certainly, the chief would certainly be interested in his comments if that is something that's achievable, or Councillor Smith, who chairs the committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Chief Kinsella. Would that be achievable?
So I will need to hear from Chair of the Board, Councillor Smith. Any conversation that has to occur will have to occur with the board. And, I know we have a full slate and a full agenda for Monday. I will be prepared as best I can, and the team is ready to go. It really will be time for the conversation with the Board of Police Commissioners to have that dialogue and be able to exchange ideas and see where we go collectively to be able to get back to council So it will be very tight. We'll do what we can. And I think we'll have to have some input from the chair and potentially the board on collectively whether we can deliver on that timeline.
Thank you very much, Chief. Councillor Smith, you are on the list as speaking to the motion. Please limit your comments at this point to whether or not you were able to achieve it. Go ahead.
Yep. Thank you. In my earlier question around clarification of process was related to this, what happens for timeline. So for us as the commission, there's two issues at hand here. So one, today we have our meeting is scheduled for Monday. So Fridays, like any meeting, we put out the agenda. So if we do schedule this for Monday, we then have to determine if we are not going to put out an agenda for our already scheduled and determined agenda that's supposed to come for Monday. So that adds some complexities to it as well. And I've been talking to Ian about this, and hopefully we can talk a little bit during a break. The other issue is the time that other commissioners who are not councillors might need to be able to take in this information, understanding that the chief over the weekend will probably have to work on this with his staff over the weekend to get to that line. So I don't know on the commission's end how much of a problem it will be. And my question was going to be when I spoke is in terms of time, what is our like absolute cutoff for having a decision on the budget before we get to the red area. So I just to clarify, we could do it, but there are some process issues with the commission that we'd have to work through before being able to change that to a budget meeting.
Right. And that is part of what I was hoping to nail down as well is what would be the timing, what is the latest that could happen, because what I would like to achieve is that this goes back there once, as opposed to it goes back to the commission, comes back to council, goes back to the commission. So I'm just wondering on the timing and go ahead, Jacques.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So through you to the budget committee. So from my perspective, if we could get an answer back from the Board of Police Commissioners no later than the 15th of March, that would be useful. That way we can bring back to council prior to the end of the budget process for final determination. So, we would have to schedule some, use the existing schedule of council and budget committee and insert this as part of those future meetings. So, I think your absolute last deadline date should be on or about March 15th, from my perspective.
And that would be a deadline. That would be a budget committee meeting on the 15th.
Well, I have to look at the calendar, but in order to get word back from the Board of Police Commissioners by that time, and then you and Jerry and I can decide when we bring that back to budget committee, what date would be suitable. But I think from the Board of Police Commissioners perspective, if they can't deal with this Monday, I think sometime later next week or the following week, understanding that we would definitely need an answer by on or about March 15th from board in order for council to actually have time to deal with this prior to formal budget adoption. And typically we would likely bring the conversation back at BAL or add it to another committee meeting of this council that's already scheduled. I would not foresee adding another budget committee meeting to the schedule to deal with this matter at that time. I think we can probably deal with it within the existing schedule.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Jerry.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And Jacques is right. We would need we would need something back. At the latest, the 15th. Our consolidated accounts and our BAL is scheduled to come back to council on the 23rd, and need to be mindful of lead times for staff to prepare the documents for that meeting and have executive review, etc., and to get that package in council's hands. So I think it usually goes out the Thursday before the Wednesday meeting. So we're on a really tight timeline there. And I mean, that's why I brought up the meeting on Monday. I know that's a hard thing to turn around. And then, an option is if that was something that was achievable, we could, we're back next week with 2 dates, Wednesday and Friday. Maybe an option if Monday is doable for the budget to go back to the board. We could have the police come back on Friday, on the 4th. That just putting out that option there as well. There, it's all fairly timely at this point. Thank you.
Right. Okay. Thank you, Jerry. I believe we have enough. I believe I have enough clarification on that. Thank you, committee, for your indulgence on all of that. Councillor Mancini, that was discussing the mechanics of the motion, and I apologize for that taking so long. We are now moving to debate on the motion that is on the floor. Go ahead, Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, colleagues. So let me try to explain that dollar amount of $1,393,850. So, it's quite clear that we heard there are some concerns and some weaknesses when it comes to patrol and officers, and we have officers that are off duty for a variety of different reasons. Councillor Austin said, how can I add more bodies to help to fix an underlying issue? So I agree it can. I mean, that's the work of the Board of Police Commission to look at all those issues and look at the defund report and to address a lot of those underlying issues. However, what by adding more bodies does, it allows us to get to the full complement that we need to service our municipality at the growth that's going on right now, to return our community response officers, return our community liaison officers in their schools, to look at all those issues. So I think this is what I'm hearing from my colleagues, that there's support for the officers. So in this amount that I just identified, the 12 officers would equal $994,400. I've also added to that, to the motion, to also include the integration constable at $82,900. Recall the integration constable is the person who will lead the program to help get these officers back on the job. Those officers that are off because of mental health issues or off because of injury, and implement a program that's been proven in other police forces, as we heard. And the last amount would be the 911 operators. The chief is asking for 8 operators. Let's not forget the 911 operators dispatch not only police, but they dispatch fire, they dispatch EHS, and they are under same similar types of pressures. They're overworked, there's a lot of stress, there's people who are off on leave. We have supervisors that are not supervising, they're actually having to handle phone calls. The chief is asking for 8, I'm suggesting 4. So that would be an amount of $316,550. That all equals to that dollar amount. So that's my more rationale. I'm asking this to go back to the Board of Police Commission for debate. And we can't tell the police commission or the chief, this is what we want in the motion, but I want to be clear, that's the intent from what I've heard from my colleagues and what I believe we need to support the patrol request, the reintegration constable, and at least some of the 911 operators, because those folks are under stress and they serve a very important role. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mancini. Go ahead, Councillor Kent.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to start with a question, please. And I think it does reflect a little bit of what Councillor Mancini has posed, which is help me understand what the board's role is if this gets approved. So is this a directive that the board then must find a way, or does the board have the ability to deliberate it and potentially come back with something a little different, over or under, but it does not basically just become a rubber stamp, even though from council? I just need clarity for that so that I can then decide which way I'm going to go.
Go ahead, Jacques.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Councillor Kent, for the question. So if council adopts this motion, then it basically it's directing the board that prepared to consider a budget that adds up to that amount of money, right? So the base budget plus the $1.3 million. Then it's up to the board to come back, and you have to deliberate. The board has to decide how it wants to, what budget it wants to recommend to council, and how to utilize that $1.3 million, right? So that's a question for the board, not the council at that point. So then the board will come back to you with a proposed budget that basically describes what constitutes the spending associated with the $1.38 million that's in the motion, right? So that's really to the board. That's at the board's discretion and decision, and then it comes back to council, and then council has to make a decision whether it accepts that or not, right? And at that point, it's a yes/no answer at council, right? So council says, yeah, we approve the budget as presented, and that's and then it's done. If council rejects it at that point, that is because it's not happy with the way that the board has presented this budget, then it has to send it back to the board for further comment, and that comment has to be associated with the dollar amount. And so the council can't tell the board how to spend the money. It's all the council can say is, here's the money you have, come back to us for the budget.
So it is a directive, just so I understand, it is a directive for the amount. You
Correct.
have no choice if it comes, the board will have no choice but to use that amount if it goes through today. What supposedly we have the ability to do is direct where it's going, but in fact, we really don't, because that comes from the chief, because we can't give make operating decisions from the chief. So, okay, thank you. That's all I need to know today. Thanks on that.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kent. Go ahead, Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, colleagues, and thank you, Councillor Mancini, for putting that on the floor. I can get behind this. So when I look at all the overs that the Board of Police Commissioners considered and forwarded to us, there are many of them that I just can't support at this time, like the traffic police, for example. My hope, as Councillor Mancini's already articulated it many times, the province was supposed to already have given us the power to put red light cameras and electronic speed detection photo radar out. They have not, because they're still working on the changes that are necessary to bring the new Traffic Safety Act in. However, that will come hopefully soon, but likely at least another 2 years, maybe 3. But when it does, we can automate an enormous amount of traffic control. We don't need police officers out there writing speeding tickets. Sorry, Councillor Purdy, because the cameras can do that for us. But they can't do it yet because the changes haven't been made to allow us to write those tickets. And so I don't want to beef up our police force with a bunch of things we know in a couple of years we might be able to get rid of anyway. And then, of course, they're unionized and it becomes very difficult to get rid of them or reassign them. So, but based on what's been presented to us in terms of things like the patrol officers, I can see that as something that is absolutely necessary to stand up an effective and adequate police force. And that's what we have to do as a city. The Police Act requires us to do it. And so I think this is a good balance between maintaining an effective police force and, to the points that Councillor Austin, Councillor Mason, and others have pointed out to, not expand beyond where we need to be, because we are going down this road of retasking, of detasking, of reprioritizing. And so I think this is a good compromise, and I look forward to what the Board of Police Commissioners does with this and what comes back to us. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cleary. Go ahead, Councillor Smith.
Thanks, Chair. And I might not even get to asking my questions and comments on the motion, but mine's more clarity piece. So I'm looking at the Police Act, and this is where I'm a little confused, and maybe John can weigh in a little bit about this, because the Police Act says, section 53.3, the budget prepared pursuant to this section shall be submitted to council by the board for approval. So where I get a little lost is, if council gives the police commission a number, this 1.3 million that's a target, the Board of Police Commissioners could still say, pursuant to the Police Act, thanks, council, for your number, but we believe that in order to meet the needs and to uphold the police service, et cetera, we still feel that the 2.9 is warranted. So I just need to be clear that council can't tell the commission, even though this is the envelope was already not targeted, and that's why we had these service enhancements. So I just need a little bit of clarity on what actually is the commission is bound to related to what's being asked for today.
Go ahead, John.
Take myself off mute here. So great question, Councillor Smith. You know, fundamentally, at the end of the day, under the Police Act, it's the municipality that's responsible for the policing and maintenance of law and order, and that's in Section 35. And it's the municipality that's responsible for providing and maintaining an adequate, efficient, effective police department at its expense. And so, as you see in Section 55, you require, as a Board of Police Commissioners, council's approval at the end of the day of the budget. And so, what effectively, you know, if this amendment passes, is you're being told you do not have council's approval, and that you must work within the envelope that council is prepared to give you, notwithstanding the advice that the board may give council or has given council in terms of what it feels it needs. And so that's the nature of the discussion. Council sets the envelope. The board then decides, you know, how best to use those resources in terms of providing what's needed, which is ultimately the responsibility of the municipality. So hope that helps. And in the process for doing that has been set by the municipality, by council in the police bylaw P100, which I've read you a couple of times in terms of saying this is how we have established the process for dealing with this as part of the budget process.
Right. So, yeah, how much time do I got left? Sure.
2 minutes.
Okay, great. So
tons of time.
Yeah, thanks. So thanks, John. And that was really the question, because technically the board could still send back another budget, but it wouldn't get council's approval because council has kind of given the direction of what they want here, right? Okay, I got a thumbs up. So all right, but I that wouldn't make sense, because then we'd just be in a silly circle of not approving the budget. All right, you're shaking your head, so that's all I need on that. So I hope that council and the commission, depending on what gets decided today, would agree with council and look at reviewing it. So what I will say to this is I support it coming back to the commission. I didn't support it at the commission to come here in the first place, so I support us taking another look at it. The only thing that I am concerned about is the number in the specificity. I'm making up a word right now, whatever that word might be, of that number, because I'm sure that once we get down to the commission level where we can actually talk a little bit more about the service levels and positions, that number might change. We might say we only want to support the civilian positions, or maybe we want to support all the civilian positions plus the hate crime position, or maybe all the I don't know. So I do get a little concerned with the direction of just that number, but what I'm hoping, and that's why I was going to my first point, if the commission was to say, well, we're actually going to do 1.5 because we want to include some of these things, but also we want to add the hate crimes unit position, is that still possible?
Not under the current motion, which is a cap in terms of what's being proposed in amount not to exceed $1,393,850. You could, as a board, propose something that was less than that, but that essentially would be the envelope that the council is directing you to work within.
Okay, that's the clarity I need. So I support this, and we'll come back if I need to. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Smith and John. Go ahead, Mr. Mayor.
I think I'm actually good, Mr. Chair, and my questions got answered. Thank you.
Oh, okay, super. Deputy Mayor Lovelace, go ahead.
Thank you so much. And thank you for putting this referral, deferral, whatever we're going to call it, on the floor. I really appreciate it. I think it's important that we have this discussion. I'm still gonna echo some concerns that I have around adding more bodies. So, Councillor Stoddart, thank you. Thank you for raising that issue around diversity. It is paramount that people see themselves reflected in the police force and indeed in all municipal employees and business units. Halifax, HRM is the most diverse population of a municipality in all of Atlantic Canada. So ensuring that our police force keeps up with the changes, changing dynamics of our community is essential. And while I, want to address some of those pieces that we discussed earlier in camera, I'm going to be very careful about how I approach this, and I think this needs to be said. Yes, policing is an extremely difficult, stressful work environment. It is an essential service. Not that long ago, a police officer was dealing with a young person, a preteen, who was in a suicidal episode, and they had to talk that individual off the roof. So should a police officer have been doing that work? Should a police officer who is a beat cop or a traffic patroller, should they have been dealing with that? Do they have the resources, the training, and so on to do that work? I don't think so. And so I want to talk more about that workforce and the slide that the Police Commission had in the report, staffing at a glance. Over the last couple of years, we look at the rise in mental health and PTSD. We look at significant issues with regards to police being off because of injury, because of mental health concerns, because of a host of reasons. It's important for us to realize, though, that within those numbers, we have a police force that may not fully represent the community that we serve. And what
Councillor,
I mean,
Deputy Mayor, is this to the motion?
yeah, I can finish.
Okay.
Good. So what I'm saying is that if we have a police force that does not fully represent the community that they're there to serve, and we have significant issues in particular with marginalized communities who are not represented within that police force, who have a difficulty staying within that police force because of a whole host of reasons: harassment, patronization, exclusion, subjection to sexualization. We know through research that exists. So the suggestion here with this motion is that we continue to add more bodies to that. And we ask the police board to add those resources. But I'm imploring the police board to recognize that there are structural changes that are required. And this is not new news. Every single police force across the country is dealing with that. So my appeal here is that should this motion move forward, I ask the Board of Police Commissioners to please consider the structural needs of that workforce to maintain those folks who are working hard and keeping peace and doing their job, and not to add bodies just for the sake of adding bodies to the workforce. So I've had my piece, and I just really implore the Board of Police Commissioners to think carefully about how they allocate that 1.3. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. Go ahead, Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just going to be short and sweet on this. Well, maybe not so sweet, depending on the perspective. I'm not going to support this motion to defer it to the budget to the Police Commission. not because I don't think it's a good idea for them to take a second look, but I'm not happy with the amount that's proposed to go back. It's more than I think is warranted. I'm more in the mode of fund the 911 operators, fund the integration, but hold for now on patrol until next year, because I haven't been entirely convinced of the case for it. So that's where I am. It's more than I want, so I'll be voting against this. And if it were to fail, I would vote against the main motion too, in favor of a lesser amount than either of them. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Councillor Austin. Go ahead, Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm actually going to vote for it because I like the board to debate it. Doesn't mean that we have to actually approve it when it comes back. Just, I know Jerry's having a heart attack somewhere right now, but we can do this as long as we want. Plenty of towns and municipalities.
Multiple chairs.
Yeah, plenty of towns and municipalities in Nova Scotia don't pass the budget till June, folks. So like artificial deadline sold no worry for me. But seriously, what the main thing I want to say is, we can't at this level, because we shouldn't get into the details of how much callback overtime is there in the budget this year, last year, the year before, the year before. The board can. They need to go do a deep dive into how that money's flowing, because what we're really focused on right now is those specific positions. That's what Councillor Mancini's saying. And so I would encourage the board, they may not even need 1.3 million. They should go find out. To address our concerns. Conversely, I want to remind council, because I don't think we've had it put quite this bluntly, we give them more money. As soon as they've got the budget passed, they can spend it any way they want, right? We have no control over that. We shouldn't have control over that. That's the whole point of having a board, which is why when I opened the debate, I said the board needs to be strengthened and supported by us to live, up to the obligations in the Police Act, right? Because it's ultimately completely under their control and not at all under our control. So I'm going to support this motion with those caveats, and I hope the board, and I apologize to Councillor Smith and the board members, including Carol, who I served with, like it's going to be a lot of work to do between now and Monday and whenever they can get it done. But I think it's needful work. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mason. Go ahead, Councillor Outfit.
Thank you, and I will be supporting this, but I think both Councillor Mancini and Deputy Mayor Lovelace made good points here, because I certainly, as we know very well, that if the board were to accept the dozen officers, that's still a drop in the bucket compared to the situation that's being faced. So of course, changes to the structure and getting other ways of dealing with the challenge would be required as well. So those are fair comments. I'm going to ask John Trace for a little clarification again, if I could, because Councillor Mason does paint that picture where they can do whatever they want and we can't tell them, et cetera, et cetera. But there is this overriding clause that I'll call peace, order, and good government, where we, the council, have to provide an efficient and effective force, police force. And if we don't have enough people to do that, then we have a problem. So how do we then go back and say, well, that's very nice that you'd rather spend the money on catering and drapes or something. I'm hypothetical, but where we're telling you that we don't think we have enough feet on the street, and that's why we're sending this back. So where does this peace, order, and good government clause of us being responsible for an effective force, which requires efficient and effective numbers, where's the fine line going to be on this, John? Because I can see this going back and forth till June if we don't get some clarification here.
Mr. Chair, through you to the committee, fundamentally, that's the call of the Board of Police Commissioners in terms of what, they are the ones tasked with deciding what is sufficient in terms of the use of the resources provided to them by council. And that's provided for under the Act. So, to a certain extent, as I've said a few times, we as a council, you set the envelope in terms of providing sufficient resources that you're satisfied based on our advice. Sufficient resources is then up to the chief and the board in terms of the policies that are set out within their mandate and their decision as to what constitutes the effective use of those resources.
But if council and the chief do not believe they have enough people, and we're heading into a battle with the police commission over this, or the police commission feels they do have enough, although again, I don't know that the police commission can overrule the operational independence of the chief. But if the chief and council say you don't have enough people and the police commission says you do, where do we go?
So, you know, we're potentially mixing two issues here, and that's the tricky part of this in terms of the composition of the police department versus the budget that is provided to fund for that. All right, but if we look solely at the composition of the municipal police force, that's provided for in Section 37 of the Police Act, which says that the municipal police department shall consist of a chief officer and such other members, special constables, bylaw enforcement officers, civilian employees as the council, after consultation with the board, may from time to time determine. And so that in part is back to the FTE discussion. So, you know, the challenge is it's almost impossible to separate from the overall budget component, right? But there is a role in there. And so
yeah, no, that's right. And listen, I hope it won't come to that. And I have great confidence in the chair of the police commission there. So, but I did want to have that discussion because it's not quite as black and white as we might think it might be when it comes to the empowerment over the size of the force. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, John.
Thank you very much, Councillor Outhet. Go ahead, Councillor Cuddle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, Tim, it's exactly where I was going around. You know, what is an efficient and effective police force? You know, what is enough people? Like, how many sworn officers do we actually need? And you know, I don't feel that we've really been presented with that data. When we look across the country, when we look at similar sized cities, you know, where do we stand? To Councillor Lovelace's point, you know, this isn't just about adding people for the sake of adding people. It's not just about solving problems by, you know, getting more police officers. You know, there has to be a bigger strategy. You know, we've heard about the city is growing, that our population is growing. That's true. I acknowledge that, but that still doesn't tell us what an appropriate number of police officers is for our city. And you know, we look at crime going down. That could be an impact of an effective police force. But again, we don't have the data. It could also be, you know, a trend of an aging population. It could be, you know, due to something else. Like, we don't have that. We don't know what those trends are. And we don't have an overall picture of the context within which we're operating to justify these big asks. You know, police and protective services is one of the biggest parts of our overall budget. So I think it does deserve the scrutiny, but it also needs to have the case made for why there are significant asks. And you know, at this point, I'm with Councillor Austin in that I don't think I can support this or support the main ask. I don't see where this is going and how it's going to fix the situation that we find ourselves in. So you know, I would ask for some finer detail, whatever happens with this vote. You know, some finer detail to come back around the case of you know, of what we're going to achieve with more officers, or how the police are going to start to really address what our staffing issues are within the police force.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Cuddle. Go ahead, Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Councillor Cuddle. You're right on some of those points. Absolutely. What I'm mostly concerned about is the number, like 1.3 million. In terms of good process, then what I'm worried about mostly is that if this does get approved, then it tells the Board of Police Commissioners that you have $1.3 million more. essentially. And then what do you want to do with it? And then they come back and they tell us what they're going to do with it. So I'm a little bit worried about that. And I'm just wondering, can it not just be deferred back to the Board of Police Commissioners to say, this isn't acceptable, come back with what the priorities would be, and what that number could look like. I think that this first ask, it's the great big ask, but maybe they can come back and say, no, this is exactly where we need it. I'm not sure that more people is the answer either. I think we need to figure out what is the problem, how do we fix it. I don't think putting more people at it is the answer either. So I would like it to go back to the Board of Police Commissioners. Wouldn't want to defeat it at this point, but not happy with the 1.3 number, because it doesn't make sense to me to just pick a couple and give it the number. Although I appreciate and actually do support the rationale for it. But because the Board of Police Commissioners can do what they choose, that makes the difference for me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Daigle-Gammon. I'm not sure if there would be a response coming for that immediately. So let's go on to Councillor Purdy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually I was triggered by what Councillor Cuddle said, just that we don't have stats on trends. And I was wondering, is this something that perhaps could be given to our public safety office within HRM to maybe look at the stats of these downward or upward trends? Because that would help inform budgetary decisions, especially for such an important department like our policing services in HRM. So who would we be able to do something, or maybe there is something like that we're just not aware of where this information is housed?
Thank you. Go ahead, Jacques.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you to the councillor. So thanks for the question and that observation. The chief has made his case known to council and the board as to why he needs more resources. So we don't have any more data to present at this point. So the rationale for his ask has been made to the extent that he can. When we look at, we have two studies that are about to be launched, right? We're on the verge of awarding the contract for the major police review, associated with what does policing look like, and that's about a 18-month, 2-year process. And we're also looking at the other motion that was put to the floor by Councillor Mason, and that work is ongoing now that we have the defunding report that came from the Board of Police Commissioners. We're going to be amping up our activity around the second, or I call the first motion. First motion was the whole idea of how do we reinvent policing to add more resources or focus on the social side of policing. In other words, rather than sending in police officers, more police officers situation, that whole discussion. So we're dealing with two motions of council, all of which are going to be coming back to council at some point. But it's not today, and it won't be next week, and it won't be before this budget process is over. That kind of information will have to be developed over the course of those two studies, and then council will be armed with that information. The first study that we were directed to do, we were hoping that we can get that finished by the end of this year, early next year, so that it can inform some budget discussions for 23-24. The larger police services review is going to take longer. That'll be the following year, probably more like January of 24 before you get that back. That basically says, here's how this police force should be structured, and the question, if you continue, that'll answer a number of questions, including how do you implement the results of the first study, in fact, and what does the model look like, right, going forward in terms of policing, and how does that intersectionality work with the social services side that conversation, right? So that's how this is kind of positioned, but I wish I could give you a better answer, but that's the reality is we don't have that kind of information at our fingertips at the moment, but we will have a significant body of information once we're done these two studies.
Okay, thank you. That's really helpful.
Okay, thank you very much. I don't see any further speakers in the chat on this motion. One has signified that there was 30 seconds left. That was an error. It was 1 minute and 30 seconds. John, you have popped up. Would you like to add something?
Just to remind members of the committee that if this vote passes, then the debate is done today. The matter is deferred back for the police commission, just so that we're aware.
Thank you for that point of clarification. That is significant. Once again, there are no further speakers. Are we ready for the question? The question has been called. Ian, it's over to you.
Beginning with District 15, Chair Russell.
Against.
16, Councillor Oathead.
In favor?
Mayor Savage.
In favor?
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting against the motion?
2, Councillor Henry.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
Against.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting yes.
5, Councillor Austin.
Against.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith. 9, Councillor Clary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuddle.
Against?
12, Councillor Stoddard.
Against the motion?
Sorry, Councillor, was that against?
I can't hear.
Iona, we couldn't hear you.
Against the, against the motion?
Thank you,
Thank you.
Councillor. 13, Deputy Mayor Lovelace.
Voting no.
And 14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting against the motion.
Ian, my count is 9 in favor, 8 against. How does that compare to yours?
Chair Russell, that is the same vote that I have as well.
Okay, thank you very much. That motion passes. This is being referred back to the Board of Police Commissioners. Thank you, everyone, for your time and attention today. Thank you to councillors and the RCMP and HRP and to all staff. I hope you have a good weekend.
Hey,
Motion
that
to
was just
adjourn.
Tony's amendment, wasn't it?
It defers the main motion. We're done.
We're done.
Motion to adjourn.
Thanks, everyone.
So
Thank you,
moved.
everyone.
Thank
Thanks
you,
for
Councillor
everybody.
Mason. We stand adjourned.
Get those snowblowers out.
That's
Make
it.
the snowman.